everyone. Welcome to our regularly scheduled May 6th City Council meeting. Will the lovely and generous clerk please call the roll?
Piedmont Smith?
Here.
Zulik?
Here.
Asari?
Here.
Daly?
Here.
Rallo?
Here.
Ruff?
Here.
Rosenbarger?
Here.
Thank you.
Great. At this time, is there any motion to change the agenda?
Thank you. I do have a motion. I move to hear ordinance 2026-06 before we move to first readings.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second to hear ordinance 2026-06 first ahead of number 6, legislation for first readings on the agenda. I guess nobody is online, so all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Great, that passes. And then I will go through the agenda summation. First, we have minutes for approval, and then we'll go to reports from council members, and then we have a report from Canopy Bloomington, council committees. We will go to our first period of general public comment, and then we have appointments to boards and commissions, and then we'll start with ordinance 2026-06 in regard to what many people know as Hopewell. And then we will have our legislation for first readings, including ordinance 2026-07 to amend Title 8 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Historic Preservation and Protection, and to establish a conservation district, Cottage Grove Conservation District. Ordinance 2026-08, amending and providing technical corrections to Title 20. Ordinance 2026-09, amending and providing technical corrections to Chapter 4. Ordinance 2026-10, amending and providing technical corrections to Chapter 6. And Ordinance 2026-11, amending and providing technical corrections to Chapter 2. Then we will go to ordinance legislation for second readings and resolutions. Resolution to directing the Housing and Neighborhood Development Department to develop a framework for long-term housing affordability, Resolution 2026-06, and then Resolution 2026-05, a resolution to initiate a proposal to amend Title 20. And finally, we will have additional public comment, council schedule, and then we will adjourn. And that took a really long time. I am so sorry about that. Please forgive me. At this time, are there any motions for minutes for approval?
I move to approve the minutes for January 22nd, 2025.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All those opposed? Great, that passes. And now we will move on to reports from council members. Any council members who would like to make a report tonight? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to say the city has some new LPIs around town, quite a few, actually leading pedestrian intervals at stoplights. So this gives pedestrians a few seconds head start to get out in the crosswalks before any cars start turning right normally. So that's pretty neat, and it's just a little upgrade in safety for all of our road users. So thank you to Public Works and Engineering and Planning and Council for doing that.
Thank you. Any other reports? Okay, moving on. We have a report from Canopy Bloomington. Please take your stage and you'll begin when you're ready.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ava Hartman. I'm the Executive Director of Canopy Bloomington, and sitting right behind me, we have Philippa Guthrie, who's the President of our board, Sarah Mincy, who's the Vice President of our board, and then John Vickers, who is our outgoing Community Engagement Director. And, there we go. I just want to show a quick video talking about our organization, what we've accomplished last year. I know that we had come to see a lot of you about a year ago to talk about who we are, and I just want to give a brief overview of that and then, talk about what we've done so far. Okay. If you just click it, it should go. Yeah. We'll see if this works, and if it doesn't. We can scratch the video if you want. Well, as they pull it up, Canopy Bloomington is a nonprofit in Bloomington, and we focus on engaging with residents and building and caring for the urban forest here. The video just would have gone over a few stats on what we've done in 2025, but I also have a backup plan. So if you pull back up the presentation, I have the numbers, and we can just go through those. Okay, so in 2025, I just wanted to report on our volunteers. We had 1,400 volunteer hours and 300 active volunteers with us in 2025. We worked with 5 different neighborhoods and attended 1,500 households, and most of that work was done by our community engagement director, but all of those residents received information on how to receive free trees from our organization, and then we went ahead and we planted 256 trees last year. So we got a lot of trees in the ground. Most of those went on private property. A few of those went in the right-of-way as we worked with the city, and then we also hosted 18 educational events. So in addition to planting all the trees, we want to inform residents about the benefits they provide, reasons that you want to keep larger trees in your home and in your yard, but also like why you want to keep caring for the urban forest. So we do a bunch of different educational events. We do tree walks where we walk people around parks and talk about the benefits and fun facts about trees. We have a book club. We have Trees 101, which is focused more on caring for younger trees, and a few other things there, but I'm going to skip over them for time's sake. This just goes a little bit into our 2025 tree plantings. So working with 7 different neighborhoods, 5 different schools, 2 not-for-profits, and 4 individual plantings. One of the things we do, like I said, is plant on private property, but we also combine that with education. So we really like to work with schools. A lot of times we're working with Sycamore Land Trust. And then really anybody who requests trees from us, we try to make it work through grants and different donations. And something to note here is in 2025, we planted 256 trees, and this spring alone, we went ahead and planted 248 trees. So we are already at that number this year, and we're hoping to double that in the fall. Thank you. Just talking about how we connect with the city. So we have our youth tree tender program that goes through Parks and Recreation. We care for over 400 trees in the parks every single summer, and we also give educational development to high school students. We work with Sean and the Sustainability and Economic Development Office to do the Cool Corridor program, so lining sidewalks with trees. And we went ahead and we planted 66 trees last year, and this year we planted 59 more as part of the program. And then we're looking to do phase 2 starting this fall and planting them in the spring, so starting that outreach to residents. And then we also do different partner tree plantings and events. We had a block party at Butler Park last year, and then we also helped the city run the tree assistance program, mainly working with Haskell on that one. And you know, I just wanted to talk about this to highlight like how important it is that we work together to grow the urban forest, because there's a lot of demand for it in the city. And then just a few ways you guys can support us. So talking about our events and tree plantings, I know a few of you have come to our tree plantings and have talked there, and I think it really is a big benefit to the residents to hear from you guys. And then following us, interacting with our materials, sharing different events that we're putting on, and just supporting urban forestry programming. So, I mean, we're here talking to you, but there are tons of different nonprofits that work in Bloomington, and a lot of them are focused on environmental efforts, and so just supporting them when you can. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for our presenter?
Yeah.
Councilmember Asare?
Thank you. I just had a really quick question, and thank you so much for the work that you do. As many of our organizations are volunteer-led, and I know that we've launched this sort of 100,000-hour volunteer thing in the city. Curious about whether you feel like that's working well. I mean, very impressive numbers in terms of the amount of people who've come, and it's been really exciting to see your events firsthand. But I was just curious if you're having any pain points in terms of getting volunteers. Could you use 10 times more? And just in thinking sort of in a broader sense, reflecting on how we might better build pipelines of volunteers and support you in that way as well.
Yeah, that's a great question. One of the things that we don't do is track where our volunteers come from all the time. So we know if we're working with student groups, they're coming from IU, and that seems to be like a big base for us. So I would say at least 1 or 2 student groups join us at every single planting. But I don't know how they hear about us. Sometimes it's through posters, sometimes it's through other clubs, but I also wonder if people hear about us or student groups are using like the Bloomington Volunteer Network. We do pretty well on getting enough volunteers for each of our plantings, but that doesn't mean that we can't always have more. And so we could always talk more about like how we could maybe track how we're getting volunteers and how that could then like cycle into informing your question whether. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thank you guys.
Now we have council committee reports. Are there any? Great. Moving right along to public comment. If there's anyone who's come to speak for general public comment, so things not on the agenda, please rise. Come to the podium, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes. And if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand.
Hello, my name is Zach Muller. I'm going to move that just a little bit. Here again, unfortunately, because I live at the intersection of Morningside Drive and Smith Road. That was a great presentation just now. Excellent work. We're glad for all the work you guys are doing. I was dividing my attention, and I'm sorry for that. I wanted to pick like an arbitrary amount of time, like the length of a presentation, just as an example here. We have a chronic problem with people who just do not even think about stopping at this stop sign. During the time that you were speaking, 23 vehicles rolled through that stop sign. Not rolled kind of like, almost stop, and then they go. Like, did not observe a stop sign. I'm tired of hearing people screeching and yelling and seeing, there was only one pedestrian that was in the crosswalk when cars decided not to use the stop sign as a stop sign just now. Six months ago or more, a child was struck in this crosswalk. They had to have their jaw wired shut. And more than a month ago, a whole troop of Girl Scouts who were friends with this child came here and spoke at the Transportation Committee meeting. They got up in front of the people who were here, said, they were scared to do it. They did their civic duty. Yesterday, after I went and voted, I got home, and there was maybe pedestrians maybe not getting hit, maybe that's not gonna move the needle. How about the fact that I had to pick up a dead cat out of the middle of the crosswalk yesterday because somebody had blown through the stop sign going south on Smith Road. And I couldn't call the city to do it because the city was closed yesterday. And I think the city should have been closed yesterday. So I walked the cat, this poor cat who did nothing other than exist, and people not wanting to stop at a stop sign because we can't make enough of an impact to people to encourage them to stop. I had to walk this poor cat up to the veterinary clinic right up the street, ask them to scan for a microchip. Poor little guy didn't have one. All he wanted to do was be a little cat. And they're like, yeah, I know, cats in the street. Oh no, like it's a problem. Oh no, sometimes animals get hit. I bet that when we make our decisions about Hopewell and other designed areas where we are going to build new housing, we're going to do a really good job of making sure that people stop at stop signs and we have appropriate enforcement of speed limits. I'm willing to say, we have a Bloomington police officer. Thank you for your work here, sir. You can park your car in my driveway anytime you want, and if you give 1,000 tickets, I will give you a high five. I'll give you 2, and I'll give you a high five. I am so sick of this. Kids, pedestrians, cyclists, animals, they're all running the risk of getting turned into pancakes at this intersection. I would rather be anywhere right now than here, but like I'm going to come back until somebody does something. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers? Anyone on Zoom? Great, thank you very much. Oh, I'm so sorry. Please approach the podium, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes. I appreciate the hustle.
Hi, Paul Rousseau, Bloomington resident. In case you missed it, like I did, there was some very interesting news from Canada 5 weeks ago. The New Democratic Party, which is one of Canada's major parties, elected Avi Lewis to be their new leader. He happens to be the husband of Naomi Klein, the famous author. I thought his acceptance speech was inspiring, so I would like to share part of it as follows. In the last federal election, Canadians voted to say no to Trump and Trumpism. What they're getting instead is our government following the United States into a future of wars, fossil fuels, austerity, and job-killing generative AI. Our New Democratic Party has a different offer for this country. Our plan is to Trump-proof the economy by investing massively in Canadian economic independence, using the unmatched power of public ownership to ensure the fundamentals of a good life. A network of public providers for food, phones, and internet, a public housing developer, and public construction companies to build millions of non-market homes, a 21st century electric grid, an EV bus revolution, and a heat pump in every home. Built with Canadian steel, creating tens of thousands of unionized jobs. Investing in the care economy as true nation building, the education, healthcare, elder care, and child care that holds our social fabric together, and finishing Tommy's dream, eyes, teeth, mental health, medicine. They are all part of your health. They all have to be part of our universal public health care system. If we want Canadians to feel more secure, then we have to invest in real security. Of course, we can already hear the howls from the establishment, but how will you pay for all this? Well, let's remind them that this country is awash in wealth. We can have nice things. Banks made $70 billion in profits last year alone. Oil companies are expecting a new windfall in the tens of billions. Grocery baron Galen Weston alone is worth $20 billion. It is time, far past time, to properly tax the corporations and billionaires that have been riding a tidal wave of profits while the 99% have been suffering and struggling, and use that money to directly improve the lives of Canadians. The money is there. The money is there, my friends. We need a government with the courage to go and get it for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers? Anyone on Zoom? Great, thank you. Now we'll move on to appointments to boards and commissions. Anyone? Okay.
Well, in that case then, I move that ordinance 2026-6 be read by title and synopsis only.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. All those in favor? Oh. Do we need to roll call? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Great. Will the clerk please read by title and synopsis only?
Ordinance 2026-06 to amend the City of Bloomington zoning maps by rezoning a 6.3-acre property from residential urban lot and residential multifamily within the transform redevelopment overlay to planned unit development and to approve a district ordinance and preliminary plan. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance amends the zoning of the property from residential urban lot and residential multifamily within the transform redevelopment overlay to planned unit development.
Thank you very much.
I move that ordinance 2026-6 be adopted.
Second.
Great, thank you. So would anyone from the petitioner side like to give an update? No? Okay. Would anyone like to move a reasonable condition forward? Councilmember, sorry.
Madam Chair, I would like, I see Councilmember Strasburg's joined. But I'd like, I know we have maybe 3 or 2.5 proposals around permanent affordability. I think that's reasonable condition 4. And what's the number of yours, Councilmember Piedmont Smith? Is it 17 now?
16.
And number 16. And so I don't know how best to do it, but maybe, I mean, I think we've talked about 4, but I'd love to hear about 16. So that would be maybe my motion, but.
Madam Chair,
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
I don't know if that was a motion, but since Councilmember Strasburg is not here yet, she was also unaware of the change in the agenda and should be here soon. And since she's co-sponsor of one of these, maybe we can address reasonable condition number 6. It was adopted on March 25th, but is now being withdrawn would like to be withdrawn by the sponsor in favor of a written commitment. So I think we need to re-vote or something.
Sure. Councilmember Flaherty?
Sure. I move we reconsider reasonable condition 6.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed?
No.
It's just a motion.
Yeah, just, I don't think we need to vote on the motion to
Oops.
reconsider.
Well, we extra did it.
What's that? Well, I think, did we accidentally just re-adopt it or affirm our adoption of it? The point is to vote no on reasonable condition 6, to withdraw reasonable condition 6.
Right, I
So
thought,
we're
We just voted in favor to reconsider it.
Right,
So
okay.
now we can reconsider it.
Yeah, gotcha.
we are reconsidering reasonable condition 6.
It is reconsider because we adopted it already. I don't really think of withdrawal as a motion, but as applied to a motion. Reasonable condition 6 was about all electric construction. The state of Indiana, the General Assembly, some years ago passed a law banning regulation of electrification as a, an energy issue. That's pretty common for conservative states. And we talked about kind of the substance of this. The purpose of electrification is that it's the only compatible pathway with our climate goals. It is dramatically healthier for in-home equipment. So there's lots of reasons to do it. I think the general intent of the developer, the RDC, is to build all electric. Previously, the legal guidance I've gotten both from city attorneys or corporation counsel and from our own city council attorneys is that in the context of PUDs, incentives in the UDO, et cetera, that's not the same thing as mandating, in code that we do electrification. So in other words, in the universe of PUDs and incentives, this probably is legally okay based on the guidance we've gotten previously. That said, we thought it would be better as a written commitment than a reasonable condition, because that is probably even further in the territory of safety in terms of legal compatibility with our General Assembly law on supporting fossil fuels. So that's why we were withdrawing it, because we have a written commitment instead that would address electrification and efficiency instead of reasonable conditions. And so I think unless folks have questions, which I'm happy to answer, I think we would be voting no on, I would recommend we vote no on reasonable condition 6, and that would function to unadopt it.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions for Councilmember Flaherty? Great. Would anyone from the public like to speak on reasonable condition 6? Any comments on Zoom? Great. Any comments from council? Great. In that case, will the clerk please call the roll on reasonable condition 6?
Just to clarify, since you made the motion to reconsider it and you all voted on that already, do I need a motion to actually unadopt it or something like that? Or do you just want me to go ahead and call it without that motion?
To be clear, it'd be nice to have a new motion to withdraw reasonable condition 6 formally.
Wouldn't it be a motion to adopt and then we just vote no?
No, I think we've already done that, so.
You've already done that, so you need to withdraw.
We have to withdraw, because we've already adopted.
Yeah, sorry, that's my fault. I thought the proper motion was to reconsider the question and then vote no on that question. If the better motion is to vote to withdraw it, I can do that instead. So I move we withdraw reasonable condition 6.
Second.
Great. Thank you. There's been a motion and a second to withdraw reasonable condition 6. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff? Yes. Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Thank you.
Point of,
Bolden?
that.
Oh, didn't know she was on. Okay, and Councilmember Strasburg?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. With a vote of 9-0, that passes, and reasonable condition 6 has been withdrawn from ordinance 2026-06. Councilmember Flaherty.
In the interest of time and the coordination with Councilmember Strasburg as well, I could also move then written commitment 1, which I do think we still need to formally adopt.
Sure.
So, do I have a second?
Second.
There's been
So this is written commitment 1. Let me find it in my packet. Sorry, does anybody have a page number in the PDF offhand?
It's just after the last reasonable condition is where.
Written commitment number 1. I'm struggling with the bookmarks a little bit to pull it up.
Is it the energy efficiency housing standards? It's page 21 in addendum 1.
Okay, thank you. I was looking in the packet, not the addendum. Okay. So this was predominantly written, I think maybe entirely written by Director Killian Hansen. It addresses both the energy efficiency and electrification components. It has 2 sentences or paragraphs. The first is about designing the pre-approved plans that will go with the Hopewell PUD to achieve an energy performance equivalent of the home energy rating system HERS score of 65 or better, better being lower. And the second is that construction documents shall incorporate best practice air sealing, duct placement within conditioned space, and high-efficiency all-electric systems. And the building inspections shall confirm compliant installation to details. So fairly self-explanatory. The one thing I'll note here is that we did not. I'm supporting this written acknowledgement and a written commitment, and I think we should approve it. I was a little dissatisfied with where we landed on the first paragraph. Basically, Indiana has a building energy code that is consistent with the 2018 set of international energy code standards. So they've been doing these standards for many decades now. They update them about every 3 years. States tend to adopt the newer versions. Perhaps unsurprisingly, blue states tend to adopt the latest versions more readily than red states. For a long time, ours were stuck in 2009 levels, and then Indiana did adopt 2018 levels. So when we think about energy efficiency performance that goes above and beyond existing requirements in Indiana code, we basically what we're asking is we want to do better than the 2018 code. The way the HERS rating system works, as well as some other rating systems, they look at 2006 code levels as a baseline. That's a score of 100 or equivalent to 100. And then each subsequent code has been getting better and better. So the scores have been getting lower and lower based on those codes. And the next step up from 2018 would be the 2021 level code. And all the information I could find about that suggested that a lower HERS score would have been more appropriate. I'm not certain that this paragraph of a HERS score of 65 does any better than baseline code, but I think the second paragraph does get at some of those practices that may or may not have been covered. I had some back and forth with Director Killian Hansen about it. She has some background in this as well as a professional. I was not able to independently verify the information, which is what I was seeking to do, and some of the information I found suggested to me that a lower number there would have been more appropriate. I'm sharing that because it's just the truth. It's my own reservations and orientation to it. And I think what's also been revealed through this process is that we might want to consider updates to the incentive section of the UDO, which really relies much more on like LEED standards and equivalent versus thinking of energy code as trying to essentially have like a reach code where through incentives we would allow folks to do better than the base level code in Indiana. It became a bigger conversation than I thought we had time to really resolve. So I just assented, and here we are. So that's it. Happy to answer questions if you have them, and I hope you support the written commitment.
Thank you. Councilmember Asari.
Just a point of information or a question. Do we have to adopt written commitments like the same way we would with reasonable conditions? We vote for them, or is there some implied like they've already done it?
We could ask Attorney Allen. The state code in the 1500 series does give the council the ability to impose written commitments. So that's, I think, the route we took here. If there was a written commitment like signed by the chair of the RDC or something that would come separately, maybe we wouldn't need to vote on it. I don't know. But one of the duties, or not, with the powers rather, given to the council in the relevant section of code is to impose written commitments.
I move that we adopt written commitment 1.
Second.
The motion to adopt is on the table.
Oh, it's already on the table?
Yep.
Sorry.
Yes. Are there any other council questions? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I just needed a little clarification, I think, on, okay, so number 1 that says a HERS score of 65 or better, were you saying that that is what is generally in our code and is how most buildings are already built?
So it's not in our code. What dictates building energy standards is state code. The state code is consistent with the 2018 international code level. The information I could find seemed to indicate that that level of code, a 2018 level, would, in most instances, meet or exceed this 65 number. So what I was telling, I think you're getting the general idea that I couldn't find good information to verify that 65 would in fact be better than what code already requires. Nevertheless, I'm recommending we move forward because it gets a little complicated. The HERS rating scores are not actually the exact same thing as the energy rating index used to like assess code compliance. It's like they depart a little bit, and so it's a little messy. I did talk to some folks from the Department of Energy who work in the building codes office, but I wasn't able to get resolution on it before it was time for the meeting. And again, I think it's just okay.
Thanks, follow-up. Yes, I remember at our deliberation that you were talking about the Department of Energy scoring system as well. So you and Director Killian Hansen, I guess, went with HERS. When you said
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm not sure the HERS is an inappropriate system. I think that could be perfectly fine and a suitable one for this purpose. It was more about the number and the difficulty of getting clear on that. Yeah.
Okay, so so the number seems low, and then, sorry, you asked for some information that might show that number 65 was okay, and I mean, I guess with the director, did the director give you any information that this was a good number?
Based on her expertise, that's what she recommended. Also, I welcome Director Killian Hansen to share, if she would like, about her professional assessment that that's an appropriate number. I would say I couldn't find other information to verify that personally.
Hi, Director Killian Hansen here. I think that part of the trouble is that you're trying to make a correlation that doesn't exist. The energy code and HERS ratings are calculated very differently. HERS ratings involve calculating air volume and the amount of air that is leaking to the outside of the building envelope. Ultimately, how much efficiency that is being lost. Okay? So you can't just look at a model energy code and say, oh, you're going to get 80, or you're going to get 70, you're going to get 60. It's all related to the building plan itself, the type of insulation that goes into the home, the efficiency of the equipment in the home, your duct sealing, or how much air you're losing through your ductwork. There's a lot that goes into it. So you are not going to be able to broadly say, by this score is going to automatically correlate with an energy code, period. Not going to happen. 65 is aggressive. It is going to cost money to get to a 65. I would say that the majority of the scores that I've seen through people that are trying to pursue efficiency in new construction are around 80, 75, I would say. And I would encourage you to ask Wendy Goodlett, who's here from Habitat, who they have been a long time user of the HERS score, and I would say that HERS is the most commonly used for any kind of residential construction. LEED is the incorrect mechanism to use for efficiency ratings on single-family residential, period. The reason, initially, Councilmember Flaherty had indicated that he wanted a HERS rating of 50. And this is a bit crass, and it was discussed at the work session, but I tried to put it in layman's terms. Essentially, small homes are the hardest to deliver a lower energy score. And part of that is related to the amount of volume that is within the home. Let's look at the front door of the home. Every time that you open the front door, how much air is being lost to the outside of the building envelope? You have to make up for that air exchange by ductwork or it could be equipment, that kind of thing. In a 3,000 square foot home, that is much easier to account for. In fact, you would probably have enough room to put in a geothermal system that would likely be about $70,000. So we're adding a lot of costs to it. A lot of spray foam, a lot of other things to help seal that building envelope. Unfortunately, on a small home, it is incredibly difficult to deliver because of that air exchange. Even the most energy efficient, argon-filled, double low E glass windows have a really low R value. You also have very limited amount of ductwork, so you're not going to make up for it that way. And even to get to a 65, I have concerns because I have a feeling that we're going to end up with a PTAC system as the form of, it's basically a ductless furnace that sits up on the ceiling or otherwise. I would say it's probably the most equivalent to a baseboard. But either way, those have a half-life of a normal furnace. So in these small homes that we're trying to deliver efficiency, we've now met that, okay, in probably 10 years, somebody's going to have to replace the PTAC system. So again, it's all about cost. But what you're asking for is very difficult correlation. Further, the layman terms, it's essentially, if you were trying to get to a 50, it's the equivalent of a 500-pound person saying that they want to cut half their body weight. Plausible. 100-pound person, not plausible. So I think you're looking for something that doesn't exist. What we're committing to is as much efficiency that is possible. We have to do the calculations. They have to take each individual plan. They have to calculate the air volume, look at the air exchanges, and try to design it appropriately.
Thank you. Councilmember Zari.
Did you want to go first, or?
Maybe just a point of clarification, a couple. The score I suggested, based on the research I did, was a HERS of 54. I was not suggesting that LEED be used. What I was indicating is that International Energy Conservation Code levels often use the Energy Ratings Index, or ERI, as a code compliance pathway. And the ERI and HERS are very closely related, but they depart in a few ways that made this a little bit of a complicated question to answer. I did ask folks at DOE for some examples of any jurisdictions that have used HERS, and they gave some examples of municipalities in Massachusetts for their REACH code that have had scores in the low 40s, for instance, for compliance. Massachusetts is much farther ahead of us than on energy efficiency. Generally, they have also a better base level code. So it's okay. We're not going to solve it. We have some fundamental misunderstanding about some aspect of this. We can agree to disagree. I'm recommending we approve the written commitment as written by Director Killian Hansen. I appreciate the efforts on it. It's just too much to resolve right now, is my opinion.
Councilmember Asari.
I'm so sorry, Director Killian Hansen, to ask you a question after. I'm sorry. Just a quick clarifying question. Are just making sure that I've understood correctly, the written commitment as is, I understand that is adding some cost, and so ideally you wouldn't want it, but is the RDC and are you in your expertise, are you happy with where the written commitment is currently?
I am, but I will say you guys all should have at least received a copy of a resolution that was passed on Monday night by the RDC. And part of that indicates that they're okay with some of these things, provided that it doesn't cost us too much to not hit some of the affordability goals. So I don't have it right in front of me, perhaps you do. There is a section on the energy efficiency that they have in there. I'm okay with the 65. I think it's going to be a lift, especially for smaller homes, and any energy rater will tell you that. But it does add costs, but it's as close as we're going to get to an agreement right now.
And just out of curiosity, I mean, with the difference between the small and large homes, I mean, did we think about adding, something like the mean of, like the averages, so that, I mean, just thoughts on that on either side?
I think the other thing that I would like to bring up is that there is some software change that is occurring with HERS ratings and energy efficiency rating systems all across the board that I understand is coming in the next 6 months or so. So pinning down a number at this time, they may not be equivalent, and we just have to understand that in the future 65 might mean something else. But today's 65 was what I was targeting, just so that's in the record.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, no, I guess we can go to public comment on written acknowledgement number 1. Is there anyone in chambers that would like to speak on written acknowledgement number 1? Written commitment number 1. On Zoom? Great, thank you. We'll go back to comments. Any comments? Councilmember Flaherty.
Just briefly to say my orientation to energy efficiency and electrification generally is about creating affordable, healthy homes. Gas appliances cause childhood asthma at very high rates. They're unhealthy for all of us. We shouldn't want those appliances. This is a health issue. Efficiency, similarly, it lowers utility bills over time, providing dramatic return on investment, actually, even though it does increase upfront costs to a degree. And so I just want to urge my colleagues to think about costs in the context of really of this whole evening's discussion as investments in our community for more affordable homes long term, things like permanent affordability, even infrastructure that, yes, costs money, just like any sidewalk costs money. We could get rid of them all, but that'd be, I think, a bad idea because we're committed to certain levels of quality for our community. And I think efficiency and electrification should be some of those things, and the city's in a great position to lead on that front. So thanks for your consideration.
Any other comments? Great. In that case, will the clerk please call the roll on written condition 1?
Yes. Councilmember Stossberg?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. With the vote of 9-0, written commitment number 1 passes. Would anyone like to introduce another reasonable condition and or make a different motion? Councilmember Stossberg.
We only have the affordability ones left, right?
That is correct.
I kind of want to propose that we just discuss them as kind of a whole, because honestly, I was reading all 3 of them going like, okay, I kind of like this from this one, and this from this one, and this from this one, and I was hoping that there would be a little bit more time for me to think about how to put those together before we had to discuss this, but yeah. So I guess that means that I would like to make a motion to discuss the 3 affordability reasonable conditions.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Would the, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Great. I guess we will discuss all of the affordability conditions. Would anyone like to start? Oh, and I think I should probably give up the gavel to Councilmember Daley since Councilmember Asare and I are co-sponsoring one.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Stossberg, go ahead.
I'll just start because with Councilmember Rosenbarger, we have 4 that has been not changed a whole lot except strengthening the definition of permanent affordability. And one of the reasons for that was that we were not provided the information in a timely enough way to change anything or add anything with silent seconds, et cetera, that we thought was convincing and apples to apples that made us feel comfortable about putting it in time for the packet today. So, yeah, and I would appreciate hearing from Councilmember Piedmont-Smith and Councilmember Zulik and Asari about their thoughts on theirs too.
Did Councilmember Rosenbarger want to chime in on amendment or RC number 4B? Or
I don't need to chime in right now.
okay. Well, I would be happy to talk about number 16 if. Okay.
Councilmember Piedmont-Smith.
Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot I was conducting the conversation.
I did too.
I was taking notes.
I made eye contact.
I spaced out.
The gavel is traveling tonight. So one thing that we heard from the RDC and from Director Killian Hansen is that it would be the constraint of specifying the method by which permanent affordability will be achieved would be burdensome and may actually backfire and result in homes not being built. So this, I'm trying to pull it up. I'm sorry, we have too many packet addenda here. But this reasonable condition basically leaves it up to the RDC to decide how to maintain that permanent affordability. It also decreases the minimum number of units that will be permanently affordable. Reasonable condition 4B and reasonable condition 15 as well say that at least 50% of all dwelling units must be designated permanently affordable. So my reasonable condition says that it shall be 35%. Of that 35%, 15% should be affordable to households making 90% of the area median income, and then 20% shall be affordable for households making no more than 120% of the area median income. There's also a slight change, at least from reasonable condition 4B in the definition of permanent affordability. Their definition includes a period no less than 99 years or the life of the building, during which the affordably dedicated properties within the PUD will be restricted to being rented or sold at amounts determined for low or very low income households as defined by HUD average median income. But then it says eligibility will be to 90% and 120% AMI. Well, that does not match what HUD has determined is low to very low income levels. So I took that part out. So what we were looking for is the 90%, 15% of total units at affordable to people who make at or below 90% of the area median income, plus 20% of units for people who make at or below 120% of area median income, and leaving it up to the RDC to determine the method. One final thing, I think that's also different from 4B, and I'm not sure if it's in 15. Where is it? It says permanent affordability mechanisms shall be designed in such a manner that do not require additional public subsidy. I took that out. So there might be a time when we want to provide additional public subsidy to keep this housing affordable. It might be necessary, we don't know. So I took that requirement out. So that's my reasonable condition in a nutshell, in a big nutshell. That took 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Piedmont Smith. Councilmember Zulik or Asari, would either of you like to talk about yours?
I'm happy to. I think in the broadest sense was trying to capture two things. One was the desire that was presented by the RDC very clearly to add more mechanisms, particularly if we had a very high level of requirement that they needed more tools, and the toolbox was what was said at our roundtable, and so was trying to add all of those while maintaining the sort of numbers that were requested or that were proposed by Councilmember Stossberg and Councilmember. Yeah, I've just lost your last name. It just left my head, Rosenbarger. And while also wanting to have a little bit more flexibility, I think, sort of in all of the things. And so that was in the large sense what we were trying to do. Happy to talk through any bit of it more specifically, but personally, I very much like, I think, the approach that Councilmember Piedmont Smith has taken. I think that it sort of elegantly does what we were trying to do. So my personal preference would be that we sort of move more in that direction. But I don't know if anything else you want to add.
I second the sentiment.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Did you say Piedmont Smith? Sorry. Okay. I forgot one other thing that my reasonable condition includes, which I think in some way or another would have been accomplished with the other two as well. So Part 3 says the petitioner shall report back to the Common Council every 6 months from the date of passage of Ordinance 2026-06 for 5 years regarding the methods and progress on implementation of the PA requirements. So we would get updates twice a year to see what methods they're using, how it's going, et cetera.
Councilmember Zulik.
Do the petitioners have any response to that? I just want to give the opportunity in case anyone would like to say something.
Hi, Anna Killian Hansen again. I think that, thank you, Councilmember Piedmont Smith. I do think that that is more in line with what the RDC can do. I do also want to draw attention back to the resolution that came from the RDC directly, voted on unanimously, well, 4-1 at least, that they are concerned about being able to deliver anything above and beyond or making commitments right now without knowing the cost of infrastructure, the cost to build. Gas prices are rising. What happens if we can't build a unit for what you want us to sell it for? We don't have bottomless amounts of money to be able to subsidize between the cost to build. Like, for instance, let's say that a build is going to cost us $50,000 more just because lumber prices are going up, gas prices are going up. What is that dollar amount across the number of units? That's pretty significant. So, it could be millions of dollars that we would have to bring to the table just to get to your AMIs if we can't build it for that cost. If we can, great. We'd love to deliver even more affordability. But I just want to make sure that you guys have heard that the RDC feels like they really can only commit to the 25% right now. Of course, we would love to report back as we're able. So not trying to muddy the waters, just want to be perfectly clear with what they've authorized me to say.
Thank you.
Any questions from council members? Councilmember Rosenberg.
It can be a question. I don't know, as one of the sponsors, I just had some comments too. I think that number 15 I think it looks really good, and I just wanted to bring up some changes in it. Number 2, the unit mix, just add some words that say the unit mix shall be generally proportionate to the extent practicable, which, you know, can mean totally different things to different people. So months ago, I did talk with Nate Ferreira, who said unit mixes can be difficult to achieve. I think it's just in the realm of we don't want the tiniest things to be the only permanent affordable, right? Right. We're just all saying we want some 3 bedrooms and 2 and 1s and nones. Yeah. And I just know, I think Councilmember Piedmont Smith, in the very beginning of this, you had thought that was really important. So I just also wanted to flag it for you, I think like months ago when we were talking about it. I do still appreciate the 50% rather than a 35% with a PUD. A PUD is amendable at any time, and I think we won't be unhappy that we tried to get to 50% of permanent affordability in a PUD, and if it doesn't work, like it didn't work at the Rolado, it can be amended to something less. But for me, I still say, like, let's go for like the best we can. I think too, the petitioner has talked about making at least 71% affordable, so I don't think that this should be a sticking point. I'm sorry, one more thing. With number 15, I think with a really good definition of permanent affordability, I don't necessarily feel a need for the petitioner to come back with for a resolution. I know that was in the original because the mechanism wasn't really known and there wasn't a great definition of permanent affordability, but I think with the definition and when it has to meet those requirements, it's not as important to me that they come back. So, I mean, I think the list also that you two put in here is totally okay, but I don't also see a need for a list, I guess. Okay.
Councilmember Stossberg.
Yeah, I think I don't have a question so much either as I guess some thoughts about the things that I liked about the other two. 16 and 15, I think those are the right numbers. So I also like sticking with the 50%, and I appreciate what Councilmember Rosenberger just said about that idea. Like we could amend it later if it really became impossible to practically do that, but that shooting for that goal might be really appropriate. I appreciate that Councilmember Piedmont Smith took out that low and very low. We weren't thinking about how that was defined by HUD, but you know, since that is very specifically defined by HUD, it should not have been in there to begin with. And I think the rest of that definition coincides and is the same. And I appreciate that Councilmember Piedmont Smith says that it can be secured through any legal mechanism as opposed to the list, because I feel like the list ends up being bulky. And I know that the intention that was there, but I think it's just more succinct in Councilmember Piedmont Smith's, which is why I kind of started out by this saying like there's some of each that I like. I like that Councilmember Asari and Zulik's has the public subsidy note in it because I think that that's important to kind of keep in mind, and I appreciate that it does say where feasible, but that is also one of the reasons why I also like the resolution of approval, because resolutions don't actually have any legal teeth, but I think what that would do is it brings it out into the public eye again to be like, this is the plan that is happening with public money in terms of potential subsidies or not subsidies and staff time and that kind of thing. So I appreciate that is in there. I'm not sure how I feel about the wording of that, and I would need to have some understanding because it says the sale of any dwelling unit, and I certainly would not want a resolution in front of us every time there was a sale, but maybe on the initial, like, we are using this affordability mechanism to do these, and I'm not sure if that's totally clear in how this is phrased, but I like that. And let me see what else I highlighted. I already said the 50. And then I think think that the unit mix from reasonable condition 4 and functional equivalency is the same in Councilmember Piedmont Smith's as it is in number 4. Is that correct? Because I like that that phrasing. I think though in 15 it's a little bit different. So yeah, I don't know if there's time right now to make a new reasonable condition number 17 or 18 or whatever we're on to combine those 3 things together. And I don't know what anybody else thinks about that, but yeah, those are my thoughts on that.
President Asari.
Thanks. First a question and then some comments. We're at the last meeting we made some adjustments to reasonable conditions just vocally. That's okay. I mean, granted, not to 27 lines of reasonable conditions, but is that okay, Attorney Allen?
As long as we're very clear about what the text is and what the wording's going to be from the alteration. So whichever one we pick and the alteration of the wording so that it can be recorded and put with the minutes so that we're absolutely clear about what's adopted.
So just, a couple of things. I don't know if I'll do these in the right order exactly, but as relates to the question of proportional mix. I was a little bit concerned, we were a little concerned about it being very restrictive, and I think that was something that came up during our roundtable as well, that, one of the tools on the table is that mix. But I appreciate what Councilmember Rosenberger said, that, you don't want just all of the affordability to be in, efficiencies or something like that, which, but I do think with many of the other reasonable conditions that we've made, I think you need to give somewhere, right? And so I'm concerned that, as I think has been repeated multiple times, you don't want to make this infeasible, sort of from go. And so that was sort of what we were trying to get at there. In terms though of the amendment, I wonder as well about taking sort of I wonder if we could take an opposite approach, which I'm just thinking about what Director Killian Hansen just said, the way that it was said as well, and just thinking about the resolution from the RDC. Is there a way that we basically signal, we'd like as much as possible? I think we all agree. They agree on paper. They like as much as possible as well. So the intention is to, once we do know the physical cost, et cetera, to, sort of put in writing the amount, or, something like that, which a minimum of X with a sort of target of Y or something like that. Like, I wonder how we feel about an approach of that nature. So basically coming back and saying, we won't accept anything lower than, 30%, 25%, whatever the number is. And then we say, but we have a target of 50. And so come back to us when you actually know the cost and things and tell us how close you can get to that realistically and what the exchanges would be or something like that. So just for good of the order, just putting it out there.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Before we head to public comment, are there any questions right now?
I think we're still in discussion. I don't think that.
Oh, we're still in discussion. Yeah, we are. Pardon me, this isn't my day job. All right. Any other comments then, or observations, queries, concerns, reactions, interpretive dances? Councilmember Stossberg.
So at this point, should we be trying with Attorney Allen to modify one of them? Because, I think that we could probably modify any of them. We just have to be specific, and then it's like which one might be easiest to modify. Is that what we should be doing right now?
I think that's a reasonable thing.
And then we should move to adopt said amended condition, and then we would have the questions and discussion and public comment and then a vote. Is that what we should do?
It sounds like that's where we're at. Yes, we should get a reaction. But Councilmember Piedmont Smith had something to say first, and then we'll head to reaction.
Well, I think the biggest point or of difference between reasonable condition 15 and the other two is, 16 and the other two is the 35% versus 50%. So I have no sense of what direction the majority of the people up here would go. So I don't know how we would revise it to be acceptable by a majority if we don't know what that majority would be.
Councilmember Asari.
I'd lean towards the third. I mean, they've said that their line is 25, and so right. So again, I think I guess the question that we all maybe need to consider explicitly is whether we are content, especially at this point, to have the RDC withdraw after, if they say, look, we're not happy with this and we're going to take it back. Right. So like I want to establish a baseline that we're all comfortable with, that we all think is actually attainable. So, I mean, what's closer to what they're asking for? So I would lean towards the 35%.
Councilmember Flaherty.
Thanks. I don't know if others. Well, two things. One, I think all three of these resolutions, or reasonable conditions rather, have the 15% reserved at 90% AMI, and then a chunk at 120% AMI, which I think is important. It is now what's required for any new PUD. It was not at the moment this PUD was brought, but I think as we've discussed, it actually was meant to be in effect at that time, had the statutory timeline's been met. And so I think meeting that standard is important. That's central to me. The other is on this, right, like what we can achieve, and there's some degree of uncertainty, it also seems like it's a function of what affordability mechanisms we use, which complicates things a little bit. In particular, leveraging the value of the land in the form of ground leases or something else gives us much greater opportunity to advance affordability than not. I know there are differences of opinion about operational complications that introduces, and whether or not that's the right approach. I guess I'm just struggling a little bit with that aspect, this idea that we can or can't do something. I think baked into statements like that are probably unspoken assumptions about what mechanisms we're using, and we're kind of giving the flexibility to use any mechanism, but like the answer to the question that Councilmember Asari was posing is in part a function of the mechanism chosen. And so I'm not quite sure how to deal with that, I guess. I wanted to, express that is something I'm grappling with. I would lean toward something that looks like reasonable condition 15, and if we have to revisit it, we can, but, anyway.
Thank you. Director Killian Hansen, were you waiting to, I had said we would go to you next and we didn't, and I'm so sorry. Were you waiting to speak?
I would just like some clarity whether you guys are introducing the language about proportional units. I mean, if you guys looked at the exhibits in the packet, you would notice that some of the 3 bedrooms are targeted around 500,000 or 600,000. So those are going to be the hardest ones to deliver at the AMIs that you're talking about. So just so you know, that's going to be another subsidy that we're going to have to come up with if we can, which who knows at that point. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Zulik, did you? No, you're done. Councilmember Strasburg.
Just to that point that Director Killian Hansen brought up, I was thinking about changing that wording from must be proportionate to potentially in terms of amending what we have to create something new to be must be as proportionate as possible to the market rate units.
Okay.
I think that makes it pretty strong, like we want it very proportional, but also maybe leaves the flexibility of space that might be necessary. So that would be my proposal, to try to really maintain the proportionality, but give the flexibility.
Okay, thank you. Any other? Sounds to me like we need to pick which resolution we're essentially going to be amending, which is closest at this point. Reasonable condition, pardon me.
I was actually honestly wondering whether it would be easier to modify reasonable condition. Well, I think it depends on whether we're going to do the 50% or the 35%. I feel like it would be easier to add language than to take away language. And for me personally, I feel like I want to add language from number 15 to one of the other two.
Agreed.
And so, yeah, and I guess I would also be in favor of doing the 50 and kind of setting that bar high and encouraging then maybe, as Councilmember Flaherty said, other techniques and not just relying on one.
Councilmember Asari.
I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. Let me come back to it. Sorry.
Well, then I'll make a comment right now. I really like the idea that Councilmember Sari, I believe it was, who said putting that range in there, minimum of X, maximum, or with a goal of X, not a target of, thank you, not maximum. I don't think we should set it at 50 right now. I think that could cause greater problems or heartache down the road. So I think I like the idea of that target range. For what it's worth. Anybody else? Councilmember Zulik.
I second that, but I also lean towards the 35% in favor of flexibility. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Does anybody have, I think it seems to make the most sense to pick either 15 or 16. I'd like to recognize, thank you. I could not think of the word. Controller McKim. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jeff McKim, and actually I'm speaking here as the treasurer of the Redevelopment Commission. The RDC is, I just want to make sure that everybody understands that the RDC's revenue comes almost entirely from tax increment financing revenues developed within our allocation areas. And several of those TIF districts began expiring in 2029, with others following from 2031 to 2040. This means that the RDC operates with a finite and declining revenue horizon. At the same time, the RDC is already responsible for substantial long-term obligations, including debt service on prior projects and major commitments already underway or planned. And those commitments together already bring the RDC close to its practical bonding capacity. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that anything that, any requirements for a subsidy out of the RDC essentially come at the expense of potentially completing the project, of completing other future projects that have already been committed to. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands and thinks, understands that every additional requirement, say for 50% of permanent affordability, does potentially have trade-offs and comes at the expense of other public projects. We unfortunately, the TIF is not a bottomless source of revenue, and in fact, we're going to, we're going to see it decline over time. So thank you. I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you, Controller McKim. Does anybody have language right now that they would like to put forward for this new reasonable condition? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
I do not, but I would move for a 5 or 10 minute recess so that we can get this language.
That was my backup plan. Yeah.
Second.
Okay. I move for a 5-minute recess. Councilmember Stossberg.
I guess I just have a question of how we're going to do this then and not have issues with quorum stuff. So like who's going to be over there with Larry amending things right now? Should maybe the sponsor. So
I assumed it was at least one representative from each reasonable
1,
condition.
2, and Kate, Councilmember Rosenberger, do you want to go or do you want me to go?
Okay.
We're not making a decision.
Recess, we can't.
Yeah, if we're in a recess,
I
we're not in
move.
public.
I move for a 10-minute recess.
Okay.
Second.
Do we don't have to just call a 10-minute recess?
Yeah, you're in charge. Just hit the gavel and say
Sorry.
it's 10-minute recess.
I was just saying there was
All right, there is a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
I'll see y'all soon. We're back in session. That's been our 11-minute break. I apologize. All right, do we have a working reasonable condition that we would like to discuss or propose? Ready? It looks like we do not.
They do.
They do.
Have them send it to Larry.
Okay, so that is being sent over to our council attorney, Allen, and then we can hear more about it and talk about it. Possibly. I got nothing in the meantime. We're going to try to speed the rest of this along. I know that this is taking a long time, and that's why we wanted to get it out of the way first. Yeah. So we're going to try to wrap this up and then move on because we've got a lot of stuff on our agenda tonight and it's all very important and we want to make sure that we give everything really due diligence. Are we ready? I don't mean to rush you guys, but I mean
Yes,
to
I've
rush you
shared
guys.
the document with Attorney Allen.
Do you want to just
Thank
give
you.
them a quick overview and while they put it up?
The first of the first.
Sale of the first. Whichever first.
Who wants to talk through
So this is still reasonable condition 16 we're going
yeah,
with?
we need to change
and
that
this
to
is the
17
change.
up there.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to introduce this and talk us through?
I will.
Thank you. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
All right, so we used reasonable condition 16 as the basis, and then the changes are in red. So we have, instead of 35% of dwelling units, we said at least 35% of dwelling units with a goal of 50% of all dwelling units to have the permanent affordability. And then in correlation with that, you'll see under eligibility, we have a minimum of 15% to be available for 90% AMI households and a minimum of 20% to be available for 120% AMI households. And then the mix of units as far as the bedroom, square footage, et cetera, must be as proportionate as possible to the market rate units. So allowing a little more flexibility there. And then we took a couple of things from reasonable condition 15. So permanent affordability mechanisms should, where feasible, be structured to remain enforceable independent of ongoing public subsidy. So we're saying we would prefer not to have more public subsidy in the future, but if you have to, then you have to. And then number 4, we want to know about the affordability instrument that they're going to use, that the petitioner is going to use, including how to keep it permanently affordable. So we're asking them to come back to the Common Council for approval. So those are the differences with, so the synopsis has not been updated, so don't go to that. Yeah, ignore that. So that is it, and happy to try to answer questions on this.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Strasburg.
I guess I want to ask Attorney Allen, the thing that we were trying to kind of figure out at the end was the prior to recording, the number 4. If you could scroll down to number 4, where it says prior to recording of a new affordability instrument or the sale of any dwelling unit. I just want to make sure that the language matches the intent. And so the intent is that they would come with a resolution detailing their affordability plan, either when they develop a new one and are using a new one, or the first sale of a property. And so it's like if they're, say, using silent second mortgages, then the first time they use a silent second mortgage, they come and they tell us all about silent second mortgages, and we have a resolution that we approve of how they're doing this. But the second time they use a silent second mortgage, they don't have to do that. But if they use silent second mortgages for a few and then they're going to do land leases for a few, then they come back with a land lease one as kind of a next, or, you know, in the first one, they could have a resolution that has a whole collection of things that they've already planned on, and some specifics around that. And so that's the intention of that piece. And then that they need to do that with their affordability plan before anything gets sold. So if the first sale is a market rate thing that doesn't count as affordability, we would still want there to be kind of a known plan of how they're going to do the affordability even before the first sale. Does that make sense? And does that language actually say what we're intending? And is that what other people thought that we were intending as well?
I'll just say briefly, in terms of the way I would read this, I read this as saying this would be, because of the sale of any dwelling unit with a PUD, it would mean they would have to come before you for each sale. And I think maybe if you wanted to have it just be the first one, you might say, prior to the first recording of a new affordability or the first sale of any dwelling unit within the PUD, and then have some clarifying language. But you could amend that as a.
Okay, so do I have to formally amend that right now? Did this get formally introduced?
This has not
yet?
been introduced. We are discussing it, but it
Oh,
has not
excellent.
been
Because we're still under the discussing the affordability things. Wonderful. So Councilmember Piedmont Smith, oh, good, wonderful. You added that. So she added, or the first sale of, should it be a dwelling unit instead of any dwelling unit?
I don't think there's a problem with any versus a.
Okay, I just don't want to, because there'll be multiple dwelling units.
So it would still be the first sale of any dwelling unit, or yeah, you could say a dwelling unit within the PUD. Yeah,
Let's take a dwelling unit. Does that mean right now with the intention, Attorney Allen?
In my opinion, it does. I don't know, does the administration have a different opinion?
And my colleagues was my description of what I had intended for that. And the language, does that align with y'all's intention? Especially, I guess I'm looking at Councilmembers Zulik and Asari.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think what this also enables, again, is is them. When we get to the stage, if it's not feasible, well, they still have to come back to us. So it builds in that back and forth mechanism. So I think it's good.
Yeah, and I also want to say that also builds in a public comment period related to that too, because whenever we have resolutions, there's an automatic public comment period associated with resolutions, and that was an important piece for me to have included.
Okay, thank you. I actually wanted to get administration's reaction to this reasonable condition.
So I have fair housing concerns about this because what is ultimately going to happen is when we're selling each model, each first silent second mortgage, we have to have a buyer to do the math. And so council will then be voting up or down on an individual buyer, essentially. Now, you all will say that you're voting on principle, but what happens is you have a personality tied to that. And so I have a fair housing concern about that. It just blows up fair housing. And furthermore, this is not really how real estate works. So if we're going to say, you can buy this house, but we don't know how you can finance it yet until we get it approved by council, especially seeing that I think we've been in front of council with this project 32 hours already. It's not how real estate works. So I think we're going to seriously handicap the neighborhood.
Councilmember, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I think, and that's very helpful, Mayor Thompson. The intention here is more about it's not about saying every single time that there is a sale, you must come and get an approval. It's saying that we should have some agreement about how permanent affordability is going to work, the combination of tools, because we've said, use all the tools that are permissible to you, but we want to know what combination of tools are being used. I think that's really all we're trying to trigger here.
Understood,
Yeah.
but unless we do it ahead of time, you're going to get into a personality approval. And the combination that we may need to use for different home buyers could be different.
I see. So
because of their economics, et cetera. And so you're going to just blow up fair housing.
could you explain?
By the time that we can tell you the exact mix, so I may need shared equity and second soft combined, or I may need land trust and second soft combined, you're going to get several scenarios, and the first time we do any combo package, we have to come to you. In order to get to the combo package, we have to have somebody who is willing to buy the house, who has
Understood.
a lender lined up, et cetera, and then council essentially says yes or no, that will work or won't work. And because there's already a name tied to the property, you don't have fair housing anymore.
I have a follow-up, but let Councilman
Okay,
Well,
Councilmember Rallo.
I'd like to hear from our council attorney. Do you have a commentary on the mayor's position?
Just in terms of I think it's maybe talking past each other. I don't disagree with the mayor is that if there was a requirement to have the specific individual come before in that specific mix, where this is going to turn on, number 4, is the definition of implementation framework. And so if by framework you mean in the general sense, and this is how it seems to read to me, which is the most general sense of the approaches, which could just be as general as the administration being able to say, in general, these are the menu of tools that we are going to use in all house buyers without giving you a specific buyer by buyer breakdown of who's going to buy what.
Which we already have done. So, I mean, you have the list already. And it was included in the PUD itself, and it has been further expanded by your requested reasonable conditions.
Councilmember Stossberg.
First of all, it would not be my intention with number 4, once again, it goes back to like, is it worded right? To have to come back with each of those combinations, right? So if you say like, okay, we're gonna do silent seconds and we're gonna do shared equity and we're gonna do land leases, if and if those 3 things are like, yeah, those all sound good, then if you have to combine somebody, there wouldn't be an intent in what I was thinking at least, that you would have to come back and say, okay, then we're going to combine these 2 as like an instrument. So I don't know if that phrasing has to be worded a little bit for that. To the second concern of, well, you already have a list, the reason why I haven't approved the list or liked the list is that I don't actually know how it's going to work. And I mean, you've provided some numbers, and I provided a memo back that was like, well, your math is a little bit wrong in this. So like, how is this going to work? And I still haven't, I don't feel like I have a good answer of how this is going to work without the increased public subsidy as time goes on. I don't feel like I know how this is going to be administrated. Who is going to hold the silent seconds? I've gotten varying answers about the possibilities of who might hold the silent seconds, but I don't know who actually might hold the silent seconds. And that's the kind of information that I would expect to be presented with this kind of resolution, where you actually have some of the details ironed out, that there has been approach like, well, we're going to do like this, like we have this plan on how this is going to work, but you don't actually have any of the specifics nailed down. And that has been the entire problem for the last 2 months. So you can't sit here and say that, oh, well, we've given you all that. No, you've given us the concepts of all of it without any actual firm plans around it. And that's why I'm saying, hey, like, come back and actually tell us how you're going to do this, because you haven't actually done that.
So I hear that you're frustrated and that the bulk of information that has been passed along may not be understood, but there has been quite extensive documentation. Our staff has worked tirelessly to answer all iterations of this financing. I will remind council that we are approving PUD land use, not financing for the land use. And while I appreciate that council has concerns about being on the hook for finances, et cetera, the administration and the RDC has not made a funding request to council. The mechanisms that have been provided will secure permanency and the affordability and self-sustain. And that's why we have a menu, so that we can be flexible and work with individual buyers based on their needs.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, if whoever is sharing the text could refresh. I have proposed language that may clarify what we're actually seeking here. I did it in a suggesting mode, so you should be able to see. Why is that not? Can you make sure it shows suggestions? There we go. Nothing like making sausage in public.
I guess while we're looking for that, I just wanted to make sure that all council members got the second memo from Director Killian Hansen, which was sent this afternoon. It did clarify some of the misperceptions in math.
So I tried to clarify what we're actually after, and hopefully this would alleviate a concern about tying it to a specific buyer.
Councilmember Asari has a question.
Mayor Thompson or Director Killian Hansen, could you explain one thing? Because I think maybe this is where maybe the tension here. Is the intention, as described in the PUD, to fit a tool to an individual buyer each time that a sale happens?
That's correct.
How would you do that with something like a land trust?
We don't intend to use a land trust. We understand you want it as part of the options, and certainly if the market changes, we could, but we don't have any intention. We heard very clearly from Nate Ferreira, who directs our current land trust, that there are challenges there in our market, and that by adding more land trust houses, we would then flood the market and thereby make the land trust that's already in existence harder to build.
I think what I'm and again, if somebody can help me, because I'm clearly missing it, is like how are you? So you have a place, and then you go. We have a buyer, and this buyer needs affordability, and we need X percent of these houses to be affordable. So I'm not understanding the mechanism by which those things are matched, and how that's not a housing fairness issue.
I will narrate this for accessibility, but this is the best way I've ever been able to describe how these second softs work. Mm-hmm. And you can do it with various mechanisms. So we have the house, and some people can afford in their standard mortgage to build the house with the roof, okay? Others cannot without a second soft mortgage, or we cannot guarantee permanent affordability without a second soft mortgage. And so the second soft covers the difference between this part of the house and this part. I can still write upside down too. So, but some people's second soft has to be this big, and their house is this big. So we have to adapt. If you come in at 65%, and we can make the math work to give you a second soft on whatever, a $100,000 house, then that second soft is bigger because we're protecting ourselves from the house flipping and you getting the full equity. We're tracking? Okay. But if you make 80% and you're only buying an $80,000 house, you may be able to do it just with like $15,000 of a second soft. Or you may need a combination of different things. And so those combinations have to be decided at sale time. And we may use the same combination for many of the properties, in which case I understand we would only have to come back once. But my question to council, I guess, is why wouldn't you approve all of the affordability mechanisms now? You have them.
Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. I think I agree with the mayor. I don't know if we need this section as long as we have good definitions of permanent affordability and the legal requirement of its term. I think that was the issue that was animating the early discussions around affordability and why we wanted to have the financial mechanism, because the financial mechanism is defined in code, a couple of options. We knew what those ones were. They are in code. If we're going to suggest something different, we need to know what it is. And I think, yes, there were options given, but it was are we sure this is going to match our expectations of permanent affordability, which are also things that were defined in codes. When the definitions in the UDO section, the 99-year requirement, that kind of thing, were spelled out. And so if we were getting rid of that, that was less clear. But I think reasonable condition 15 accomplished that quite well and listed kind of a full menu of options that I think are satisfactory. Reasonable condition 15 with section 9 struck from it is attractive to me. I think that still reflects a 50% total number.
Sure.
Which I'm okay with and adjusting later. I think, I'll just reiterate the thing I said lastly. I'm confident we could get there if we were willing to leverage the value of the land. I think there are ideological differences about whether that's the right path or whether we should do that.
Councilmember Rosenbarger.
As I pretty much said that at the beginning of this conversation, I still think that what Councilmember Flaherty just said, I still agree with that reasonable condition 15, I think when we have the good definition of PA, permanent affordability, I don't feel a need that anything needs to come back here for approval because it has to meet those requirements. And so yes, I would agree with the RC 15. And again, still going for the 50% and adjusting it later on if necessary.
All right. Any other comments? Councilmember Stossberg.
I just want to say I still have the outstanding question of where the actual money in that silent second is coming from. Like, is the city subsidizing that in the beginning, and then is it subsidizing it every time? Like what's the staff plan around that? You know, I had a conversation with an RDC member who was discussing like the actual like mission statement of the RDC with me around the land swap stuff that they discussed on Monday, and it was like, well, the RDC, they're not landlords, and while these sales would not be rentals, it also demands significant staff time. And so that is once again why it's like, okay, this does concern me. And I appreciate what Councilmember Flaherty said. And so if I would not feel comfortable simply striking 9 from number 15 unless we at the very least put in a reporting requirement. But I think that it matters how it is that these things are actually working and how much city money subsidy is going into it. Because ultimately, let's remember, we're subsidizing relatively few people. And how much are we actually subsidizing those relatively few people with? And that, I appreciate once again that, that Habitat uses this. I think Habitat is a great organization, but I think that the mission statement of Habitat and the funds that they use is different than the city. And, if Habitat needs to come up with more money for a silent second mortgage to bridge more of a gap with somebody, then they can have a fundraising campaign and work on coming up with more of that money. If the city has to, what do we just say, like, oh, sorry, we can't do that? Or do we just, like, pull some more tax dollars over? Like, those are the questions that I'm interested in right now. And we can say all we want, like, oh, we're talking about land use, we're not talking about financing, but a PUD does have this permanent affordability piece in it, and we are the fiscal body. And it's the responsibility of the petitioner at this point to be able to explain to us well enough for us to understand, and explain to the public well enough for the public to understand what their plans are with this city-owned property.
Okay, think we're getting kind of far off this topic again now. Councilmember Asari. Sorry.
I think the so we have the mechanism to amend this in the future. I think has been established. I think the question of sort of. And I think now I'm more fully understanding the earlier comment that Councilmember Flaherty made about, so much of this is actually about the mechanism that one chooses at the end of the day. And so I think that, if we need space to be convinced of the appropriateness of that mechanism later, and or to think, well, actually it works very well, so we want a higher amount of these to be permanently affordable. I think that we have that on the table regardless of Clause 4 is what I'm realizing. And so I would say, just pertinent to this conversation, based on the way that they described it, 4 is not what we're trying to achieve. But I think that what you just said, Councilmember Strasburg, I share that desire. So I think but I think we have that mechanism regardless. Like I think that we can ask for that to happen at any point, because we could make the amendment if necessary. So what I think we should just strike 4, because it's creating an issue, and then we can actually introduce this and discuss it. Just because I don't think that 4 changes substantially what it is that we're really trying to achieve here.
All right. With that being said,
can I ask Councilmember Asari a question about that? When you said that we have the power to change this, and this might be a question for the attorney too, did you mean like we could bring the PUD back to amend it? Like as council? Or can only a petitioner bring a PUD back? Because I would think that only the petitioner would be able to bring a PUD back for amendment.
Point taken. So, I mean, but if we're setting here, we say 35 to 50, and then we have the thing, don't we have that they have to report back every 6 months? I mean, do we want just like some approval mechanism separate, rather than approving the whole packet of? I'm just trying to understand like how 4 will work in practice if we're leaning mostly towards second soft mortgages. So.
Well, I think how 4 would work in practice, if it was basically just second softs, then, they would just come back once and talk about second softs and how second softs were going to work, and then that would be like the end of 4, which is why there's still 5 in there.
Yeah.
For just kind of generally reporting on how Hopewell is going.
Yeah.
Councilmember Zulik.
Does anyone else feel strongly about keeping or removing Section 4? Because I'm fine to remove it as well.
Okay, so were you asking to speak, or were you acknowledging Sydney? I'm sorry. Or Councilmember Zulik.
Well, I think it's obvious since I'm the one in this document and I just crossed it out. So yes, I'm willing to get rid of number 4 because I think it's just confusing everything.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have a motion oh no, Councilmember Rosenbarger.
I think we have to review this whole document. I mean, number 3, I guess I would like to talk to whoever kind of wrote that. It's just an illegal document. There's really no reason to have a phrase that says where feasible. It's just that nothing is enforceable in this. So if anyone really wanted something to be done, is this okay with what you wanted? It's just like, there's nothing that's like legally clear or enforceable here. So I don't know whose this is, but that's my question about number 3.
I'd be happy to remove where feasible.
This came from reasonable condition 15, I believe.
Yeah, just remove where feasible.
Okay, so if we remove where feasible, then we're saying there can't be any ongoing public subsidy. So it may not. It should is a recommendation. Oh, it should just say should? Is that what you mean, Councilmember Asare? Or shall?
Either should.
That's the difference.
I think should would be.
Independently of ongoing public subsidy, however, the use of public subsidy to establish, reserve, extend, or deepen affordability shall be permitted. That's, I think, fine. You're allowed to use public subsidy. Our preference is that you don't.
Should also doesn't mean anything. It's okay. It's just that is not anything that is like legally enforceable in court. It's fine, but shall is meaningful. Should is if you prefer.
Say shall then.
Shall changes the meaning. Obviously, that's the intention, but wasn't part of the issue how this could have a negative impact. That's why it was where feasible.
Well, then it has the next sentence is then, however,
Right.
the use of it shall be permitted. The use of public subsidy to establish blah, 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 blah,
Yeah.
shall be permitted.
Yeah. We can. Yeah. I mean, we can at this point. Yeah, at this point. It's up to you.
I'd like to move approval of reasonable condition 17 as on the screen.
Second.
All right. I have a motion and a second. Any questions about this? Questions from council members right now? Councilmember Rallo.
Yes, I appreciate the work that's been done and the negotiation that's occurred. I'm troubled just simply because when we look at maximizing affordable housing at Hopewell, which we should be focused on because we own the property, this is something that is really I think, it's going to be it's going to set the standard. We have a range of could you scroll up so that I can determine if, yeah, it's still there. So a minimum of 15% of total dwelling units shall be reserved for households earning at or below 90%. So at or below 90% still is workforce housing if it's at the upper limit of that. So that is, that's not necessarily low income. Could be, but it may not be. And then we have 20% be reserved for households earning at or below 120% AMI. 120% AMI is really the threshold between workforce housing and market rate. So in other words, this is all going to sort of fit into workforce housing, it seems to me. That's what is potentially probably going to happen. That's the probability. Although it may trend toward market rate. I would be much more comfortable, and I remember having this discussion with Mayor Thompson some weeks ago, having a cutoff at 110% AMI. And I would like to know how my colleagues feel about that, because that would at least be, we would be in the range of workforce housing and not trending toward market rate. I'll put that out there because, I was very favorable to a 50%, a hard 50% of affordable units. So perhaps the administration would like to tell us if 110% AMI fits within their conception of what's to be achievable.
Point of order.
Councilmember,
I believe we are on questions regarding reasonable condition 17.
I just asked a question.
So my question was, Councilmember Rallo, are you proposing an amendment to?
I'm taking the temperature of the room. I'm going to propose an amendment if I think it's agreeable to my colleagues.
Okay.
I mean, I will propose the amendment then. 110% So instead of 120% AMI, 110% AMI to make sure that it's fully within the workforce housing bracket.
Mayor Thompson.
So Director Killian Hansen is pulling the numbers, but 120 is not even close to market now. In our 120 of median in Bloomington will not get you a market rate house. But Director Killian Hansen is pulling the numbers to see if we can do it at 110.
Any other questions? Councilmember Stossberg.
I would be okay leaving it at 120 because that's what's currently in the UDO.
Councilmember Asari.
I don't know procedurally what the right thing to say is, but given I think we're very close on this. I know Director Killian Hansen is going to get numbers. Can we just table this and now move on to the first reading things and come back to it? I don't know how one does that. Like, can we just pause first? Oh, you're here. Actually, I thought you had left the room.
I'm sorry, I had to pull it up on my computer. I don't have this memorized.
Oh my God.
So HUD charts, they break it down every 20%, so 30%, 50%, 60%, 80%. Okay, so we have the math up to 120%. So basically what you're saying is that for a one-person household, and a lot of these are one bedrooms, the max purchase price for 100% of the area median income would be $243,000. The max purchase price of 120% is $286,000. Now, I'd also like you to think about some of the documentation that was in your packet. Land trust house, if the land is included, $277,000. How many houses fall between these ranges? I appreciate where you guys are coming from, and if it were up to me, we would make them all 80% AMI. But that means that the math has to work out. We have to know what the cost to build is. We can't subsidize every single unit. And to Hopi's point, at some point, potentially the land will become part of the subsidy. Maybe that's what gets rolled over into a down payment and closing cost assistance one time, not repeatedly. So we have to, I know what the goal is, and it's admirable, and it's the mission that I live every single day here while I work for this community to deliver affordable housing. And to think otherwise is really offensive, to be perfectly honest with you. But look, we don't know the math. I would love to be able to do even lower, but until we know the math, we can't do it. So please let us come back to you once we know the numbers and tell you what we can deliver to you. Don't strap us with something that doesn't get built.
Councilmember Asari.
Director Killian Hansen, would you be okay with us passing this like this?
I'm sorry, say that again?
In its current form, is this something that you all would be happy with us passing?
Could you possibly scroll down? And I would like to look at what you have potentially struck. Yes, with 4 struck, please. And let me just also say that if you guys are into affordable housing and you want us to deliver it, let us use every tool in the toolkit.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, Dana Kerr, Legal Department. And I'm the attorney assigned to the Redevelopment Commission. And the Redevelopment Commission is only able tonight to speak in regards with its resolution. And so also, just for the record, anything that would pass tonight that changes the actual text of the PUD would be considered, in my legal opinion, to be an amendment outside of the purview of the Common Council and would not be a reasonable condition. So I would like that on the record. Thank you all so much.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Or, I'm sorry, I'm lost where we're at. Did you have a motion on the table? We had the motion.
I attempted to make a motion. It wasn't seconded. I withdraw my attempt. I think I'm satisfied.
Thank you. Any other questions about this reasonable condition 16? Councilmember Piedmont-Smith.
Yes, if I could just ask Attorney Allen to give his legal opinion on whether this would be considered a reasonable condition?
I believe it would be considered a legal condition or a reasonable condition. Additionally, the consideration of PUDs is in a specific part of Indiana code, and that code specifically defines PUDs as a legislative function as part of the ordinance. And so even if it's a change, it doesn't necessarily change the outcome. And furthermore, there's nothing the RDC could potentially say to bind the council in this matter.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, I think we will go to public comment on reasonable condition 16. 17? Thank you. Reasonable condition 17. Is there anybody in the public who would like to speak on reasonable condition 17? No? Yes? Okay. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. John Zodi. I'm the Executive Director of CDFI Friendly Bloomington. I want to be clear that the administration has not asked me to speak tonight, but I feel compelled to do so because just sitting here as a former city employee, I have to be mindful of what happens next, right? So if the council passes something, what are the directives that the administration needs to carry out? And I do want to just keep in mind when we talk about enforceability and the steps that staff would need to go through here, that does put a certain administrative burden on the folks that work here at the city. You know, as the mayor said earlier, we're talking about individual people looking at purchasing a home. Buyers vary, and as a result, subsidies will need to vary. And flexibility is critical when you're trying to help one person. There's one person in the Hand Department, at least that I know of right now, who does housing counseling, talks to people who are trying to get in a position to buy a home. And that one person has a lot on their plate, and the city, you know, the state legislature is not doing any favors to local government. And so we look at possible future constraints of staff. Controller McKim was up here talking about future revenue constraints under the RDC. The potential that exists for this neighborhood to be transformative cannot be overstated. We're talking about a small portion, 6 acres, 98 houses, a certain percentage of which we're talking about being in a certain range. I'm encouraging the council to keep ranges in mind, to keep flexibility in mind. We're talking about individuals. I talked to 3 lenders in the last couple of weeks. 1 is a community development finance institution, and 2 were traditional lenders. And I said, would you lend on homes that have deed restrictions? And they said, we'll have to see them. We need to see the restriction. You don't know a lot of this until you've got that buyer in place who's trying to get a mortgage, or a developer trying to get a construction loan. And you don't know this until you know all the factors that are in place and what that capital stack, that stack of money that needs to come into place at the right time and all the right factors lining up. You don't know all that stuff until you have that person or that project in front of you. And then the lender has to take that in, ask for all the due diligence that's needed to try to move that forward if possible. So it requires an incredible amount of administration time, both for people here and on the project side. So as my time expires here, I'll just encourage you to keep those ranges in mind, keep enforceability in mind, and provide the administration and the staff the maximum amount of flexibility to get this project done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next public comment right here in the room, in chambers.
Good evening. I'm Deborah Meyerson. I serve as president of the Redevelopment Commission, aka the petitioner, but I'm only representing myself this evening. You do have the resolution that was adopted by the RDC on Monday evening to speak on behalf of the Redevelopment Commission. I just wanted to add my personal comments to really encourage. I really appreciate and I'm grateful for the dedication and thoughtfulness that Council is bringing to the Hopewell South PUD discussion. I just want to underscore it's so important to have the certainty of what tools are available, and so provide the flexibility, as Mr. Zodi commented. That's going to be so important. We also need the time factor. The more things take longer time, even once the Hopewell PUD is passed, once we can build it, things that slow things down just make it harder to build, and it takes more time. So just encourage thought for how to streamline things, how to make council's goals known as these regional conditions do, but to provide that flexibility so that the project can be built successfully. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Do we have any commenters on Zoom? No commenters on Zoom. Okay, back here in chambers. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. This is Chris Rimsey from the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce, and I want to echo the sentiments of the two previous speakers who know housing far more than I do or the Chamber does specifically. I'm speaking for the business community, and the question tonight is whether Bloomington can still execute complex housing projects, and I don't think the jury's in yet on that. We are in the weeds on that, and the concern is not the goal. The concern is the feasibility, the implementation, the unintended consequences. So what's emerging is not like a disagreement on affordability goals. It's the disagreement on how much regulation conditions a project can absorb before affordability and feasibility start competing with each other. And I think that's where we're at now. If we're talking about reasonable, 35 is more reasonable than 50%. What's even more reasonable than 35 is 25% affordability and perpetuity. But the key, I think, we're losing in a little bit, this is just 6.3 acres. This is just the South neighborhood. We have more to build, and I would say less complicated early on, the better, and see how that works out. We're getting very much in the weeds. From the audience perspective, it's getting complex. We're getting into a lot of the finance and not just the land use. We need to make sure that frankly, that the requirements don't become too complex to execute, and the end result is no project and no affordability. We need housing at all price points. The process needs to move forward eventually. Maybe it's not going to be exactly what you want for the particular PUD, but there's other PUDs to be had. Much of Bloomington's affordability, I think, of its framework is built around rental housing models, not kind of lost in here, not permanently restricted owner-occupied housing, which is, again, a much more restrictive and much needed in that giving all the tools to the hand department, to the RDC to make this happen. So I would encourage this body to move forward and not let perfection be the enemy here. Let's go toward good and make this a reasonable condition we can all move forward with and say we've completed a complex housing project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Looks like we might have another commenter in chambers here. Come on up to the microphone. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Paul Rousseau. The dangers of speaking extemporaneously. We cannot separate the issue of the PUD from affordability, because affordability is what qualified this as a PUD in the first place. And it's rather tiresome to keep hearing that excuse. The only true permanently affordable mechanism is shared equity. Community land trust is is the primary one used around the country. All the other mechanisms will require a continual input every time there's a new buyer. What I would predict will happen is that if you monitor it for 5 years, is that hardly anybody will sell the house their house in 5 years, and so everything will look fine until the first sale comes up and you find out it's no longer affordable for the next person. That's what happens with a fixed subsidy. To use the mayor's analogy with a roof, it's like you pay for the roof and then the house doubles in size and you still have that same size roof. It just doesn't cover it. It's just mathematics. But I think what's going on here is that there's an ideological difference, as some of the council members have suggested. There's an ideological opposition to allowing a homeowner to only get part of the equity accrual. But in my mind, it's a fair balance between helping out a homeowner, getting out of rent in particular, and the best use of public dollars. As again, some of you have already said, it's a matter of helping a few a lot versus helping many a little bit less. And as in public dollars, I would take the second choice. It is exasperating to hear about how the administration is warning against using a land trust, but actually, well, a land trust is what would automatically make all the homes under it more affordable, because you're talking about the homeowner having to buy only the price of the house or the improvements on the land and not the land. So it automatically reduces the price by 2/3. Everything becomes more affordable. It's just that you don't get the equity accrual. How important is that equity accrual? Aren't we talking about permanent affordability? If you want certainty, I would say 50% must be in a land trust, period. I think right now, the mayor's just dug in her heels and just doesn't want it. Can you dig in your heels? I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we have any other commenters on Zoom pop up? Nope. Okay. Do we have one more commenter here in Chambers?
Steve Woolen. I've been privy to many such difficult decisions as you're making now over the years, and I've been familiar with some that happened even before my time. I just want to point once again to the garages at Morton Street and 7th Street. When they were approved in the early aughts, they were approved, the ordinance called for fees to increase every several years and for the council to pay attention to it. And we didn't discover this, I didn't discover this as a councilman until 2015, something like that. The fees had never been increased. Council made no effort to track the results of that ordinance after they adopted it. In I think it was 17, when the council first adopted special conditions for the project that became, with the building, like Urban Station, the buildings on South Walnut. At the time, the discourse was something like, well, this is the best we can do now. And then within a few months, within a year, we realized that, that the city could have done better, could have gotten more out of that developer. But for the most part, what I'm concerned about here is that regardless of it, I mean, I know that the buck stops with the electeds in the room. The mayor and the 9 of you are the ones who have the ability to drive this discussion, and you all as legislators have the right to fully understand the question at hand. And it's been a struggle sitting out here to fully understand the question. I don't know what the answers are. I do know that you're making a decision that will last a century, that you're making a decision that you may have trouble monitoring once it's made. And either if you can come up with some kind of a mechanism that allows you to, I mean, it seems like you're making an effort to do that with the checking in every 6 months for 5 years. This is a decision that's going to last more than 5 years. So you're developing an entire neighborhood. A century from now, people are going to ask how it was built. And I'd ask you to keep that in mind and not be afraid to take the time you need to make the right decision, whatever that is. I'm agnostic on the actual solution. I just want to encourage you to make the right decision, even if it takes a little longer. It's not right for anyone to tell you that you should hurry up and decide already. I get that the moment is on you. I get that it's important. That's all the reason why you need to have the bravery to take the time you need to make the right decision, to fully understand what it is you're about to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just one last check. Do we have anybody on Zoom? We do have someone on Zoom. Okay, another public commenter. Go ahead. You can unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Cody Toothman. I am an employee with the HAND department who is also a housing counselor. I will have to say that I do agree with nearly everybody who's spoken this evening. There are many different advantages and downfalls you can have with any kind of mechanism for affordability, especially in the long term. However, in my duties as a housing counselor, the one thing that I definitely experience is that there is certainly not a one-size-fits-all model that will encompass the needs of every family, which is why I'm definitely in support of a range of possibilities to determine that affordability and help carry it forward. In counseling everybody every day and seeing these changes, I do think it is important, at least to highlight the disadvantages that anything can have. And I believe that some of that information has been presented to the council as well. But echoing everybody's point that came up here, I don't think there's any harm in viewing all of these options to see what we can do for people, to see how we can secure these things. And there is a way beyond a land trust to actually ensure that affordability can continue forward. So I do happen to disagree with that one point. But to that note, all of these things, even some of the models that have been presented, have actually been engaged with land trusts throughout the country, and some of which are becoming increasingly popular, whether it be index models for determining affordability or the like. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be employed within a land trust, though. So I would say to keep those things in mind with anything that we present forward, and as we have more information as it moves forward to completion, then we can actually make better determinations once we know those things further.
All right, thank you very much. I think that wraps it up for public commenters. Yes? Okay, wonderful. So now we come back to council for council comment. We did question, yeah, thank you. Council comment. Anybody have a comment on reasonable condition 17? No. All right, Councilmember Stossberg.
So I've been thinking really hard about this affordability issue with this PUD for like a long time, it feels like now. And I appreciate everybody who just commented in general on it. And I think honestly I have to vote no on this reasonable condition, partly because 4 is struck. And I appreciate that 4 made things complex, and I'm not sure that it was phrased perfectly, but especially, I mean, we had a former member of city staff and the actually former hand director speak, and then a hand employee speak, and both of them talked about flexibility, and both of them talked about the kind of intense part of working with people and the staff time that takes, and it takes incredible staff time. And I feel like as part of the fiscal body, like I really want this to be successful, right? And it makes me really uncomfortable to kind of be totally okaying something without having to come back in public at all to use these mechanisms, because I know that the hand department is really stretched right now, and we are asking the hand department to do a whole lot more. We're asking somebody to do a whole lot more. Maybe I should say somebody, because we haven't actually been told who's going to do it, but who else would do it besides the hand department? And I know that the administration has been working on various like collaborative stuff with other community organizations in town, but nothing is actually finalized and firmed up. And so without that finalized and firmed up, I feel really like financially insecure about like, well, what kind of subsidy is going to be there in the future? You know, number 3 does talk about things should be independent of ongoing public subsidy, but, well, we can use them if we really have to. And I guess I think that ultimately in the future, as these sales go on, depending on which mechanisms are used and how they're used, we're just going to have to subsidize more and more and more in one way or another, whether that's larger silent seconds or whether that's more staff members. And to guarantee that right now without any kind of specific ask to come back to council about, you know, council saying, yeah, let's do that, because those things can get buried in budgets really easily. And so I sadly am just going to have to vote no on this reasonable condition. Thanks.
Councilmember Zulik.
Yeah, anyone in this room who doesn't own property, could you please raise your hand? Right. So just to be clear, there are about 5 people in this room of 60 who do not own property. And I've heard a lot of people who own property say that there is no urgency. There is urgency for those of us who do not own. There is urgency. You might not see it, but it's there. It's across our community. It's the 850 people who pick up their mail at the Shalom Center. It's the people who sleep outside at night. It's the people who are nervous because they don't know if they have any resources to protect them when they're renting an apartment. Like, this is urgent. We need to vote on this tonight. It is embarrassing to do anything further.
Any other comments? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yeah, obviously I'm going to vote for this reasonable condition. I do want to go back to just say I think overall the PUD proposal is really good. It's a lot better than what could be built by right. But I do think I agree with Mr. Russo that there seems to be an ideological block on the part of the mayor's administration against community land trusts or land leases, whereas that really seems to be the only way to not need further public subsidy down the road. So maybe it doesn't seem feasible now, but I encourage the administration, the RDC in hand, to keep that avenue open as an option in the future.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Ruff, then Councilmember Rosenbarger, then Councilmember Flaherty. I'm lining you guys up, and then Councilmember Asari. Remember your order. Thank you.
There's been a lot of discussion on the complexities of finance and regulations of construction and what the state will allow and won't, and complications at all facets of doing this project, and of the council's role or roles that the council maybe practically can't play, though council has made many priorities clear, but we're often find ourselves feeling, or at least I speak for myself, feeling like, well, what can we really do? Well, one thing we can do, and Councilmember Zulik just talked about the urgency and the numbers of people. One thing we can do that doesn't mess with really the mechanisms or the financing tools or allowing the flexibility is making the percentage, going for the high percentage, going for the high bar on percentage of units, of affordable units. So I agree with Councilmember Zulik, and I'm not gonna support this with a 35%. The one thing that I feel like can be set clear is a high bar on the amount of affordability we're going to have in the project, and then fine, let the tools, the flexibility in the financing and all the other tools be at play. But unless it's a commitment to 50%, and then if it doesn't work, if that turns out to be problematic, then it can be changed later, but it would be the bodies, the larger legislative body that handles PUDs, and I just don't feel like the council, this one area where I think it's hard to argue that we're meddling to recognize a need in the community and say we need to we need to aim high as possible. So I'm probably going to vote no for that reason.
Councilmember Rosenbarger, did you want to make comment?
Hi, yes, thank you. I just have a couple of notes, trying to parse them out of my notes on the general PUD. I think it is still worth saying land trusts are the most effective and successful method of permanent affordability. Comparing Arlington Road Land Trust with what might happen in a walkable neighborhood downtown is pretty different. It's unfortunate, I think tonight was the first night we've heard that they don't plan to use a land trust whatsoever in this PUD. Also, I have said this often too, but talking to the person running the land trust, we have sold 7 homes with as low as, I think, 37% AMI, which is very awesome, and as high as 105% AMI, because anyone over 105% AMI has been buying market rate. It's hard to support anything with 35% AMI or permanent affordability. A range is useless. I think we've heard multiple times in this discussion, we all want 100% permanent affordability, so why not put that at the top of the range? Also, this PUD came to us with 15% permanent affordability, which was not even, it was lower than what the UDO requires. It's lower than what our city code requires. We had to fight to get it up to 25%, and it's taken almost all of these 3 months to get a reasonable condition that is now sitting at 35%. So I think I am a lot of an optimist and like to take advantage of opportunities. This is such a rare opportunity. In some of the memos we got, talking about we would never make a private developer do this. I think that is correct, because this is a rare opportunity that we can create more permanently affordable homes than we would require of a private developer, and that's why I think the 50% is really important. I also think we aren't going to look back and regret 50% and say, dang, I wish we would have gone lower in the PUD. I'm basically, the way I'm leaning on this is, I think, however, it's like an interesting vote here that something needs to get approved, but I don't necessarily know that this is it. Of course, one of the reasons I ran for council in 2019 is because we freaking need more housing here, like of all kinds. We need more rentals, we need housing rentals, we need all kinds of housing sizes, we need condos, we need everything. I mean, mostly the missing middle that we've talked a ton about. We need them at all the price points, we need them at market rate, we need them at permanently affordable. My other comments, I think I will hold for the general PUD discussion, but I'm just gonna see how things pan out on this one.
Councilmember Flaherty.
Yeah, I'm also on the fence. I tend to favor reasonable condition 15 with section 9 struck, and would definitely vote for that, which was at the 50% level. Just wanted to comment briefly. I mean, it's what's become very clear, among other things, from this and the delays that have been involved in working through it, is that when you try to do things that aren't in code and like it doesn't go well, this PUD literally is not code compliant still to this date. What they brought to us is not code compliant. And what's funny is that we're being told a reasonable condition isn't even legally valid according to the city attorney, which flies in the face of all other legal advice we've gotten for a long, long time. So that's causing delays. That is causing all the delays. If they just would have met code on infrastructure, on affordability, and all the things, we would have passed it in a meeting. So that's too bad. I really do have reservations about the unwillingness to use the value of the land in a land trust model to ensure permanent affordability, because I think the devil's in the details there, and that it actually will lead to dramatically different fiscal picture and obligations into the future to maintain permanent affordability. But I'm not sure if what I'm worried will happen if we pass at the 50% level and come back and change it if it's not feasible, is that the administration, ostensibly the petitioner RDC, will just come back and say it's not feasible because we don't want to use a land trust. So it's not feasible with the tools that we're willing to use, is what I think the conversation is going to look like. And then we're back in the exact same place, which is that there seems to be an ideological difference between maybe a majority of council members and the mayor, who's kind of driving the bus here. So I don't know where that leaves us. We really are at something of an impasse on that particular issue. So I truly don't know how I'm going to vote on this condition, but I know I would support 15 with Section 9 removed to make it simpler. Thanks.
Councilmember Asari.
Thank you, and thank you to all my colleagues. I think as relates to what happens next question. If we pass something with 50%, I think regardless, they're going to come back and say that's not going to work at some point. The more than likely outcome is going to be something like that, and or that they withdraw it, and we're just sort of back at the drawing board. My thought is that sort of in working together with sort of the first of three hopeful things here. I think that yes, we want supply of housing, we want a diversity of housing. I think that those two things are being met in the foundational proposal. And I agree that we want more permanent affordable housing, and I think particularly because this is land that we own, I think that that's what does make this distinct, I think, to Councilmember Rosenberger's point. But I really think that we should move forward on voting for this now. We've given them tools to allow for multiple different iterations here. I mean, we are talking about a long horizon. So the possibility of using, for example, a second soft mortgage or a silent mortgage on the first transaction, and then converting that to a land trust or something like that. I think all of those things are possible within the framework that we've established here. So I just think that we're elevating the amount of permanent affordability. I don't want to do that to the extent that we diminish supply or make the build-out phases take forever, for example. Not forever, but they could take a very long time. And I think some of the examples that we're pulling on from land trust models for what we have in town is that it's been quite a slow time to find buyers. So for that, I really would hope that we could vote for this. I think if we vote for this, we can then vote for the whole PUD and move on with our lives. But yeah, and so yeah, that's I'm non-eloquent, but my thoughts on this.
All right. Thank you, everyone. And so now I think we can take a vote on reasonable condition 17.
Okay, that's Councilmember Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
Asari,
Yes.
Daley,
Yes.
Rallo,
No.
Ruff,
No.
Rosenberger.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yes.
She was yes.
Thank you. Flaherty
Yes.
and Stossberg.
No.
All right, thank you very much. That passes. Reasonable condition 17, 6-3. My smart ring is incredibly concerned about my stress levels right now, so I'm going to pass the gavel back over to Vice President Zulik.
Yes, welcome. Okay. Welcome. Are there any final comments on, or final questions on the PUD as a whole? Great, we will go to public comment. If anyone would like to speak on the PUD as a whole, this will be the last opportunity tonight to speak on Hopewell. Please join us at the podium. And, okay, none? Any on Zoom? Okay, then thank you all for making that brief. We'll go back to council comment, final council comment. Councilmember Flaherty.
I'll try to keep it brief. I spoke on some of these issues already, which is just that it took me a moment to realize, I think the structural challenge with all this was really that normally we rely heavily on staff to review and represent the city's interests vis-a-vis a petitioner. And in this case, functionally, they were one and the same. the RDC and the reviewers, the people we rely on and staff. It was just one basic thing. Director Hiddle at one point kind of referred to the RDC's hired support and said, let her cook. And that to me was like the moment it all clicked. I was like, oh, right. They're just bringing the petition. And like, that's okay. It amplifies the role and the responsibility and the diligence required of council when that's the case, which I think is part of what was going on here the last 2 months. And then second, I think the fact that there were so many deviations from what our plans say, what code requires, what we would typically and always have required of other petitioners. So if those things had not been true, I think we would have very quickly gotten to resolution on this PUD as well. And so those are the two major like structural things or substantive things that I wanted to reflect on and hope that we can try to avoid replicating in the future. It's also clear that some code updates on permanent affordability so that we just have that defined and clear would be very, very useful. So I hope we can do those things and improve on this next time we hear PUDs. I also hope we can adopt the policy changes to the UDO that accomplish almost everything this PUD needed a PUD to accomplish by making it just allowed instead. So with that, I'm glad to support where we ultimately got on this PUD. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Councilmember Strasburg.
I appreciate Councilmember Flaherty's words right now. There were just so many pieces of struggle in getting where we are right now, and I think that he highlighted where those were coming from. And I also want to highlight the amount of misinformation and spin that has been put out around this PUD and how disappointing and frustrating that has been. And I think that the misinformation especially is just absurd. And one of the things that I have not highlighted, but I will right now, is that this got spun as like, well, by right, you can only put 27 dwelling units on it, or 28, one of those figures. But actually, by right, duplexes are allowed in R4. And multifamily is a conditional use in R4, as are fourplexes and triplexes. And so some of this reasoning and just that spin, and I'm not a politician. I mean, I'm sitting up here, I know, but I cringe at that. That is not like any word that I would ever use, and part of that is because of the amount of spin that, we all know politicians put spin on things, right? And I really just, the spin makes me cringe. And I was telling this to a couple people, like, I am not good at spin because I just like my RBF just gives me away. I'm like, no, this is not cool. If there's anything that I'm not going to BS you around stuff. And if I feel a certain way, I'm just going to say it. And that and spin are not really conducive to each other. But it's just really disappointing that the community heard so much spin around this in ways that were not productive toward an outcome that any of us wanted, any of the 9 of us up here, any of the community members out there, any of the staff, any of the RDC. Like, this was not productive use of our time. And the spin really helped make it even less productive. And I hope that there can be less spin and more accurate information in the future. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Thanks. Thank you. A couple things to add to this. PUDs they can be hard, right? And they, in the last administration, we tried to change code to discourage PUDs, and I kind of thought we were done doing PUDs, and I hope that we are. I hope there were some lessons learned from the petitioner that maybe don't bring a PUD that's inferior to our code, at least. Changing the code would have been faster here, so I would love for everyone to work together. I know we have at least one resolution on the table that will get the ball rolling, to have some discussions, to send it to Planning and Plan Commission to change our code so that what the petitioner wanted to do could get done and other developers could do it too. There was a lot of spin, I guess that's a generous word, about this PUD. This PUD came to us, I think, at the end of February. That's 26 months after the administration started. We've had this PUD for then 3 months. So it took 27 months to bring something, and when it passed the Plan Commission said the City Council would fix it. And so it didn't come to us ready. It came to us a mess and a miss. And I think, honestly, we've done the best we could to get to a place that is passable. I think it is neat to have little lots. I have been encouraging decreasing minimum lot sizes across our city since I got here and before I got here. I think that would be exciting if we actually do and let others do what the RDC is about to do. So I hope that this is, I guess, the beginning of a conversation. I don't think this PUD needs to be built and then studied. I think that we need to do the things that we want to do here. The petitioner's consultant did say, let us do this, and then maybe code will change, but I just very much disagreed with that. That just kind of stuck with me, that I wish we would have been an example of working to change code, and then, or I wish the petitioner would have been an example of working to change code, and then letting other people do it too. So I'll be supporting this tonight. Thank you to everyone up here and everywhere for working on this.
Other comments? Councilmember Asari.
I just want to thank, first and foremost, the public and those of you who are here today. I know you want to talk about what we're about to talk about, and we are going to give you a lot of time now because you've been patient. So we're so grateful, so very grateful for that. But of course, also to the public who's been here now for 2.5 months, engaged even previously with so many of these conversations. Just so grateful for your patience and also your contributions, diligence, care about not just this process, but about the results. And I think that we've heard, from people all across the city on all sides of all of these arguments that we've had. And I know that our processes sometimes and sort of the way that we have to make sausage is, if you think about it, sausage making is kind of gross in reality, but the way that we have to go about it is, very frustrating. I think it's frustrating to all of us as well. I think that we, in addition to the many powerful points that my colleague, Councilmember Flaherty, raised, I think that this has also illustrated some strains that exist in some of just our general processes, and I know that many of our residents, when we try to change our processes, get very frustrated that we spend all of this time trying to, talk about how things are introduced and what motions we allow and like all of those type of things. But I think it also, showed a lot of pain there. But also, the last thing that I'll say is that, in addition to supporting this, I want to thank all my colleagues, because I think that, again, I think to the point that Councilmember Stossberg raised, I think that we've had a lot of heated discussions, but I think it's notable that people have really put in a lot of time in studying and trying to come up with the best answers and trying to work with people across the city. So just again, thank you to all of you for working so hard on this as well. So very happy to be voting for it today.
Anyone else? Councilmember Rallo.
Yes, thanks. Very briefly, I just want to say thanks to my colleagues and thanks to the administration for working through this, what turned out to be a very difficult PUD. But, and I am somewhat disappointed. This is clearly workforce housing, and I think that we need to set the bar higher in the future. But what I would like to do right now, since as was brought up by my colleague, Councilmember Flaherty, and corporate counsel apparently continues to challenge our statutory ability to apply reasonable conditions to PUDs. I think that this is a bad precedent if this continues. So we had a determination by our attorney, our outside counsel, that determined otherwise. It was given to all of us on council under attorney-client privilege. I am one client of 9, and so I would like to make a motion to submit that information from outside counsel to the minutes, and I've discussed this with our city clerk, Nicole Bolden. She's agreeable to this, supportive of it, and so I'd like to make the motion to submit that to the minutes for this meeting.
Second. Oh, sorry.
Point of order.
Yeah.
There's a motion on the table to approve this legislation. We need to do that first.
Yes.
You're right.
Okay. Councilmember Rallo, would you like to withdraw your motion?
I would withdraw the motion and make it as soon as we dispose of the
Great.
PUD.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the PUD with the, well, I think we have to do one with the reasonable conditions pending approval of the RDC. A specific motion.
I don't think we need to.
Oh, okay. In that case, will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilmember Zulik?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. With a vote of 9-0, that passes. Yay. And thank you. And now we'll be moving on to legislation for first reading.
I'd like to make my motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'd like to make my motion that I just described to submit the information provided by our outside counsel regarding our ability to make reasonable conditions to PUDs.
Second.
Great. There's been a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay. Will the clerk, Councilmember Flaherty?
I guess I'd, on the fly, if Councilor Allen, do you have any opinions about the downside risks of releasing attorney-client privileged information memos that were provided to the council with respect to our legal authority? I understand the motivation. I don't really just disagree with the impulse, but it's a decision I don't take lightly. So I guess I'm curious, as a lawyer, for your assessment of any risks or downsides to doing so.
I think the largest downside is just know that you are completely waiving any privilege that you had in regard to this memo. So the entire text of the memo is subject to public inspection. So.
Okay, thank you. I'm honestly just sure, I'm not sure I feel comfortable with that without like rereading the thing with that in mind. Like, I don't remember what was said and not, okay.
Yep. Council members are welcome to vote no. Councilmember Strasburg.
Yeah, I was going to ask a similar question of Attorney Allen. So I agree with Councilmember Flaherty that I don't feel comfortable with that without going back and like reviewing that memo right now. But I would be very open to having that kind of on our agenda for our next meeting.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say.
Councilmember Rallo, would you be interested in withdrawing to introduce it for next time so that council members can adequately review it?
Yes, I would be. I would like a unanimous vote, so yes. This is, public records request could get the information too, but I would like it in the minutes. So yes, I withdraw it.
Okay, great. Thank you. In that case, we'll move on to legislation for first readings.
I move that ordinance 2026-07 be read by title and synopsis only.
Great. There's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Will the clerk please read by title and synopsis only ordinance 2026-07?
Yes, ordinance 2026-07 to amend Title 8 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Historic Preservation and Protection, and to establish a conservation district, Cottage Grove Conservation District. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance amends Chapter 8.20 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled List of Designated Historic and Conservation Districts in order to designate the Cottage Grove Conservation District, a neighborhood of 122 properties in the city of Bloomington, Monroe County, Indiana, as a conservation district.
Thank you very much.
I'm not done, sorry. The majority of structures... Sorry, Councilmember. The majority of structures in the proposed district date from the years before and after World War I and are built in the folk Victorian and Queen Anne styles representative of this period in Bloomington's history. Houses from the late 1910s and 1920s are mostly craftsman style with a conspicuous number of limestone Tudor revival houses. Many of the pre-war houses were built by employees of the Showers Brother Furniture Company and bear the hallmarks of carpenter-built folk housing, while many of the larger post-war houses are associated with Bloomington's booming limestone industry. The neighborhood demonstrates a high degree of integrity and many notable houses.
Great, thank you.
I move to discuss ordinance 2026-07.
Second.
Thank you. Do we have anyone from the administration who'd like to present on this today? Please.
Point of order, don't we have to vote on the motion to discuss?
Oh,
Yes.
sure. Would anyone like to discuss the motion on the table? Okay, it needs a 2/3 majority.
One discussion point.
Okay.
Well, it's allowed. Just please vote for it so that these wonderful people don't need to go home without us discussing it.
Will the clerk please call the roll?
You can't just do this as a voice vote if you want.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Great. Will the person who is here from the administration please approach the podium, state your name, and give us your wonderful presentation?
Noah Sandweiss, Historic Preservation Program Manager, Department of Housing and Neighborhood Development. Does anyone have a clicker? So there's a lot of information in your packet, so I'm going to keep this presentation sort of to a synopsis. Thank you for having me tonight, and thank you to everybody who showed up for this item. I want to start with giving a little background on the area that we're talking about. The so-called Cottage Grove Historic District was identified in early Indiana Division of Historic Preservation and Archaeology surveys as an area eligible for designation on the National Register of Historic Places. Despite being labeled in the Indiana Historic Sites and Structures Inventory as a historic district, the neighborhood has never been designated on the local, state, or national level. The area received local recognition for its architectural significance in 1974 when the 1852 Greek Revival Mansion of General Morton C. Hunter was demolished amidst much public outcry. Although only a couple of buildings from this era remain in the district, the neighborhood was recognized by state historians for the density and integrity of early 20th century houses. Aside from some mid-century infill, most of the houses in the proposed district date from the early 20th century. As of the current city survey of historic structures, 15 of the 122 houses in the proposed district are rated notable for their architectural significance, and one is rated outstanding. 90 of the remaining houses are contributing. This would place the Cottage Grove Historic District among Bloomington's neighborhoods with the most consistent architectural significance. The push to designate the conservation district in the Cottage Grove neighborhood was initiated by neighborhood residents in response to an increasing number of demolitions in the surrounding area, including the proposed demolition of 115 East 12th Street, located within the proposed district. Because of the historic significance of the house's association with a prominent local sculptor, Ivan Adams, the Bloomington Historic Preservation Commission nominated the property for designation to the Bloomington Common Council, and it was individually designated on December 17, 2025. Meanwhile, a group of residents began seeking designation for the wider area, sending letters to property owners and hosting a series of 3 public meetings at the Monroe County Public Library to discuss the prospect of nominating a conservation district. On December 17, 2025, petitioner Dr. John Butler submitted an application to the Bloomington Historic Preservation Commission. The public hearing and the vote of the Bloomington Historic Preservation Commission on this matter was postponed until February 12th. A number of public comments were received both in the lead up to and during the meeting, some of which are included in your packet. According to the staff evaluation and commission vote, this area is eligible for local designation under 3 criteria. First being criteria 1 for historic significance, category C, for exemplifying the cultural, political, economic, social, or historical heritage of the community. The Cottage Grove neighborhood was largely built to provide housing for employees of the nearby Showers Furniture Company and the limestone industry, which dominated the economy of turn-of-the-century Bloomington. Like many Bloomington neighborhoods from this era, Cottage Grove was economically mixed. Most of these houses were associated with workers in these industries, and as will be explained further, material and architectural features in the built environment attest to the important role that these businesses played in the development of the area. Further, for architectural significance, criteria 2E and 2G. E contains any architectural style, detail, or element in danger of being lost. The applicants list several unusual buildings and features, including Bloomington's only example of a brick Queen Anne style house, and Bloomington's only example of a bungalow with a belvedere, which an original feature that would stand out on any bungalow. Another particularly rare building type can be found at 217 East 10th Street in the form of a Civil War era hall and parlor house that faithfully displays Greek Revival features popular in the early 1800s. Several similar examples can be found in Bloomington, but this farmhouse would rank among Bloomington's oldest extant buildings. The neighboring house at 221 East 10th Street is an example of another uncommon 19th century housing type, a double pen. Under criterion 2G, exemplifies the built environment in an era of history characterized by a distinctive architectural style. The bulk of this neighborhood is constituted of buildings that date from the years immediately before and after World War I. Pre-war houses, mostly working class, predominate in the eastern part of the district. Like in contemporary neighborhoods west of downtown, most of these are built in the folk Victorian or Queen Anne style, many in the gabled L form, commonly associated with this period in Bloomington's history. Houses from the late 1910s and 1920s are mostly craftsman style, with a conspicuous number of limestone Tudor Revival houses. Many of the pre-war houses were built by employees of the Showers Brothers Furniture Company and bear some of the hallmarks of the carpenter-built folk housing, while many of the larger post-war houses are associated with the blooming limestone industry. In parts of this neighborhood, brick sidewalks and limestone retaining walls distinguish this early Bloomington neighborhood. So a little more information on what's being proposed here is the object up for discussion is a conservation district. And this is slightly different from a historic district, which now makes up all of the designated areas in Bloomington. Within the area of a conservation district, regulation is less stringent than in a historic district. In a conservation district, a certificate of appropriateness is required for the demolition of any building, the moving of any building, or the construction of a new principal or accessory structure subject to view from a public way. At the end of a 3-year period, the district shall become a historic district unless a majority of property owners in the district object to the commission in writing to the elevation of a historic district. Said objections must be received by the commission not earlier than 180 days or later than 60 days before the 3rd anniversary of the adoption of the conservation district. In Bloomington, it has been the practice of the city staff to notify all property owners prior to this deadline. So to summarize some of the significance of the area that we're looking at here, the majority of the structures in this proposed district date from the years before and after World War I and are mostly built up in the folk Victorian, Queen Anne, Tudor Revival, and Craftsman styles. Many of the pre-war houses were built by employees of the Showers Brothers Furniture Company, bearing hallmarks of their carpentry industry, while many of the post-war houses are more closely associated with the Bloomington limestone industry, which was then at its zenith. This neighborhood possesses one of the highest degrees of integrity and significance for its historic building structure in the city, and has long been recognized as possessing significant architectural and historical value.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay. Councilmember Strasburg.
I have questions if nobody else has questions. Oh, well, yeah. So I guess I technically have three things. You said that this is a conservation district, not a historic district, but that it would automatically roll into a historic district unless the majority of property owners said don't do that. Has it ever happened that a majority of property owners in Bloomington have said don't do that?
In Bloomington, it hasn't happened. This is something that I'm not sure why, but it's a change that the state legislature made to the conservation district ordinance.
Say that again.
This is a change that the state legislature had made to the conservation ordinance a while back. There have not been any examples in Bloomington of a conservation district that has stayed a conservation district past this point.
Okay, that's I guess what I'm asking, and I just want to make sure that everybody is like clear about that. The other question I have, if I can go on, is how does the size of this district compare to other historic districts in terms of the 122 homes and the?
I'd say it looks a little smaller than average. Okay. Some of our larger historic districts have several hundred homes.
Great, thank you. And then the third thing, and I don't know if you can totally answer this or not, but I appreciate that you had the whole like list of owners and properties in the packet. And then I, of course, did a little math about that because like that's what I do. And I noticed that unless I missed one, there's only 9 properties where the owners have the same address as the property, which is about 7%. 35 owners have addresses outside of Bloomington, which is almost 29%. And then there are 16 owners that have addresses out of state, out of Indiana, which is about 13%. So the question is how, and I don't know, that's why I was like, are you able to answer this question or not? Because the question is what's the plan on involving all of the owners that do not live on the property / in the district with the decisions about district standards? Or do we not have to approach that until it's a historic district? But given that so many conservation districts roll into historic districts, like what's the plan for that? And then, you know, in terms of what you've already done, in terms of reaching out, like all of those owners have already been reached out to. How many have you heard from? Those kinds of statistics and information.
Sure. So letters were sent to the property owners during the initial nomination process when the applicants were holding their public meetings. Subsequently, letters were sent prior to the Historic Preservation Commission's vote, again after the vote, and then once this meeting was scheduled. All of the letters that I've received in writing are included in your packet. I have received a couple more phone calls, mostly people inquiring about more information. There were also several people who showed up to comment at the Historic Preservation Commission meeting where this item was brought up. Also in the future, you know, of course, for when the district would be potentially up for elevation to a historic district, as well as a courtesy when matters that are going to affect, you know, local guidelines are brought up, you know, further mailers can be sent out.
Okay, those are all my questions. I guess I would be interested in knowing for second reading what percentage of those of property owners actually contacted you in some way. I just have a lot of concerns, and I know that part of the concern is that there are so many properties that are not being lived in by the owner, and like I get that that's part of the issue, but I just want to make sure that we're hearing from everybody about this. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Flaherty.
Yeah, thank you. Just covering a couple of questions. Currently, our demolition delay ordinance, does that apply to all homes, full stop, or is it for certain designations, contributing and higher?
So, yeah. So it doesn't apply in historic districts because they'll have their own standards about when a building can be demolished.
So I meant currently even, like under current conditions.
So
right?
what it applies to are full demolition of contributing notable and outstanding buildings, as well as, in a few cases, substantial alterations to notable or outstanding buildings.
Okay. And notable and outstanding buildings, do those have any protections by virtue of that designation at the state level?
No.
Or that has to be made locally?
It has to be made locally.
Got it. Okay, and could you tell me more about I had to step out for a moment, so I apologize if I missed it, but about the non-contributing structures, which are quite small number in the
Right.
neighborhood or in the proposed district. Just a little bit more about like why they would be non-contributing. Is it that they've been altered so materially over time, even though they were built in the same period, or is it because of past demos and they were built more recently? Like, just a bit more about those
It's a
structures.
mix. So I think there's 15 or 16 non-contributing buildings in this area with 122 primary structures. I'd say out of those, most of them date from this area's period of significance, but have been altered to the point where you can't tell what their original significance is. There also is some later infill.
Got it. And then maybe last question. I think I'm generally supportive of where we're headed. The reservations I have had around historic districts and conservation districts, I think, are twofold. One is the democratic-ish process that leads to them. I think is stacked in a kind of particular way that I struggle with a bit. So there's that, and then there's the second is kind of what happens with things like those non-contributing homes, or making alterations. Like I've just lived in historic districts most of my time in Bloomington, and I think that it can be really terrific and really great for preserving kind of the overall district and preserving homes in a much wider swath. We don't have to consider them one at a time, through demolition delay or things like that. But then at the same time, you end up with these non-contributing structures, or maybe a structure that's contributing but still has a bunch of features, like maybe a porch or something that like just really isn't historically accurate or significant, and then they end up facing these really high costs and burdens for a home that really doesn't maybe warrant strong protection, but nevertheless has gotten swept in with the district. How do you think about that challenge? And I know we've talked about it before with the HPC, but that's another concern I have, I guess, when we move forward with conservation districts that I just assume will become historic districts. Can that be is that dealt with most appropriately by the district standards themselves?
So, yeah, by and large, non-contributing buildings in historic districts are treated with the same rules with which you would treat a new building when it comes to alterations, just don't make it more non-conforming with the district. And then the rules for demolition are much looser, because one of the criteria for demolition in a historic district is considering, does this property contribute to what makes this district historically significant? So that means that usually a property owner can get permission from the commission fairly easily to demolish a non-contributing building. And that would also apply to removing non-historic features.
Okay, so let me just sorry, the very last thing, clarifying that last point, because I've definitely had constituents express concern or frustration to me over time who live in historic districts who have had denials from the HPC about their ability to alter things that are not of his historic character, that are not consistent with the neighborhood, that kind of thing. So it seems like it's burdensome even in those cases. So maybe that's, I guess I was seeking to clarify your last comments, which is that even when in the case of like a remodel or a modification, if the features we're talking about are not historically significant, that generally, under the guidelines and under the HPC's decision-making, they should allow those types of alterations. Is that right?
Generally, and I guess sort of, I can only guess to, what the specific comments you've received from constituents might be, but like I had mentioned, there are still guidelines that would pertain to new construction, and that's, broadly speaking, going to include alterations to non-contributing buildings, with really the goal to not make them more non-contributing.
As in, like, if new construction must match or try to match the historical style as opposed to being a different style, is that?
Yes.
Okay.
And there is a set of, let's see what the number is, I think there's a set of guidelines for that are actually included in state and local ordinances. So a lot of historic districts will, write their own guidelines about what they call for new construction, but really the purpose of that should be to clarify what these points in the statute mean in the context of that neighborhood.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Other questions? Great, let's go to public comment. Anyone who'd like to speak on this ordinance, please approach the podium. You'll have 3 minutes and state your name if you'd be so willing. Welcome.
Hello. Hi, my name is Dr. John Butler. I'm the person who sort of filed the first thing that set this all in motion. I think this is an excellent opportunity for you guys to protect this neighborhood, and I think it's an excellent idea for Bloomington for several reasons. Number one, this neighborhood has a clear cultural and historical significance. These buildings represent a collection of buildings that truly speak to Bloomington's history and to Bloomington's culture. And so to lose those would be unfortunate. These buildings are affordable housing. You guys have been talking all night about affordable housing. If these get torn down, they're not going to be replaced by something more affordable. They're organic. They've grown up on their lots. Many of these are small lots. My wife and I inherited a house in this neighborhood. Its lot size is, I think, 60 feet, 60-foot square, so it's a very small lot. Some of these are very modest houses. There's also nicer houses. It's an interesting egalitarian mix. We don't build neighborhoods like this anymore. We tend to segregate people by class and by wealth. And in the turn of the century, that's something they just didn't do, so that the owner of the factory and the workers of the factory live cheek and jowl in the same neighborhood. I think that's special. I think it would be a shame if we lost that. I think it's a good idea environmentally. All these houses represent materials that have already been committed to housing. And if you tear them down, then to replace them, you have to get new materials. And when you do tear these houses down, the materials that are in them, they're not reused. They're destroyed, they're wasted, they're carted off in a dumpster. And this is hard, these houses are made with old growth, hardwood lumber that you just can't get anymore. So culturally, I think economically, environmentally, all of these reasons are great reasons. But I think maybe perhaps the most important is that this neighborhood represents a collection of people who have chosen to live in downtown Bloomington and sort of living the very lives that you guys are trying to encourage with your Hopewell development. And it's already here, and all you have to do is protect it. So for all of those reasons, I would like you to support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next speaker, and if anyone has any comments on Zoom, please feel free to raise your hand.
Elizabeth Cox-Ash. I live in McDowell Gardens. This is Bloomington's very first historic conservation district. A lot of these rules were written up by us. And we were 60% rental, 40% owner-occupied. This was 25 years ago, and we're arguing the same things that happened 25 years ago. The advantage of now is we have the the history of how these things are successful and how they protect these historic homes. These homes have the hardwoods of 160 years ago when Bloomington had hardwood. So, you know, when you're tearing down these things, you're tearing down all these things that were very valuable many years ago. Also, the cost of building these 100 years ago was a much less, so therefore, that's what keeps them affordable, is because the labor costs were not the same 100 years ago than they are now. This is, you know, I wish we had the homes that are in this district in our neighborhood. We have much humbler homes. To let this conservation district go away and not approve would be really sad. This is what makes Bloomington look like Bloomington. Each community has certain homes that the builders have made them look as an example. Up north, you get more of the German influence, so you get more of the beveled glass, and you also get the colored glass in the windows. Down here, you don't get that as much. So, you know, you need to keep these homes. You need to protect them. So please approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, you'll have 3 minutes.
Paul Ash, I'm also McDowell. One of the things that we encountered was especially out-of-town investors, absentee landlords, and they swore, oh my, this historic district will ruin our property values. Well, look at what the property values were years ago in McDowell, and look at what they are now. So, you know, what's going to happen is, like my wife just said, you know, you're going to have a flip. You're going to have an awful lot more owner occupants, and they're going to be fixing up these cute little homes. That's what happened in our neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jordan Evans. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Old Northeast Neighborhood Association, which I do serve as the president of. I do ask that you guys deny this. First off, the Old Northeast Neighborhood Association was never consulted on any of this. We found out about this through the mail and have adamantly gone against this since. The area that is sectioned out in their map is mostly the High Point neighborhood, which did have its own neighborhood association, which should have been the one, in my opinion, to bring this in front of you. I also would like to kind of circle back to what you guys have spent a significant amount of time talking about tonight, and that's affordable housing. This neighborhood is close to campus, is, as Councilmember Stossberger said, 93% out-of-state owners, so that is mostly rentals. Our worry is that these restrictions for the buildings that have been there for over 100 years are going to make costs too high to keep those rents workable for anybody. I do ask also that you consider the existing neighborhood associations, their boundaries and their function, and keep that in mind when making this decision. The Old Northeast has been happy to be engaged. We're just yet to be engaged on this subject. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have anybody on Zoom? Great. We'll go to Zoom now. And if you'll be unmuted and you have 3 minutes, please state your name.
Chris Sturbaum. You know, as council, you're allowed to consider affordability issues that the Historic Commission is not allowed to consider. And our experience has been, like in Prospect Hill, you can rent a 2-bedroom. I know of 4 2-bedrooms that are renting for $800, which is $400 a bedroom. And nothing anybody builds is going to come close to these kind of mom and pop prices that these old historic houses are renting for throughout the neighborhood. You know, McDowell, I know there's a house, the whole house for $800 plus utilities. It's a small house, but you're not going to build anything like that. And these protections protect small houses, medium-sized houses, duplexes. They all function together. And the core neighborhood is really a beautiful form that's been imitated. And once you wreck it, it's wrecked. And you know, it's interesting that none of these have ever been overturned. And people say, oh, that's because it's automatic. And no, it's because people end up supporting them that didn't support them when they started. I mean, they've had peaceful transitions because people end up going, there's nothing really wrong here. This is working. And you know, we've seen developments these days. People consider a house by the units they can make out of it, so they value the property as the land underneath it. 4-bedroom student apartments will generate $3,600 to $4,800 a month, $900 to $1,200 a bed. And when you incentivize that kind of demolitions, you're going to make money by tearing these houses down. And that's what those people who are opposed to this are really saying, because those are great rentals throughout the neighborhood, and they're affordable rentals. They're reasonable. But the incentive to make that much more money, as soon as when you don't protect that neighborhood, the value of the place is the dirt on that ground and the house scraped off it and something built that's going to be renting for $1,200 a bedroom. That isn't affordable. And I really hope you consider giving this a chance. And if all those rental owners really hate it in the end, they'll be able to vote this down when it comes time. But this is going to be a really good thing for the neighborhood, for the people that care about the neighborhood, for the people that live in the neighborhood, and all the renters in that neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next person in Zoom, if you could unmute yourself and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes. If your hand is still raised and you'd still like to speak, please unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes for the...
Hi, did I get unmuted this time?
Yes. Go ahead.
Good, thank you. My name is Jan Sorby, and I want to encourage everybody to support this historic district. They're a group of really, really wonderful houses, and in a lot of communities, for a district to become a district, they often think of that as a community good. And they see it as a win-win for the entire city. And a lot of times it's because of the link to our past. It's a tangible link. The architecture is there. It shows us how people live and how they worked. Very important. I mean, if we didn't have examples of that, would we ever appreciate living without air conditioning these days? You know, opening windows, cross ventilation, facing a house a certain way to get morning sun and afternoon shade. These are all very important items and things to think about when you're choosing to become a historic district, is the embodiment that these houses present to future generations as well. It's a wonderful educational tool for people that are coming up now, kids. And also, I think it's really important to acknowledge the hard work these people have gone through, because their affordable housing was being destroyed one by one. And when it came down to the integrity of their neighborhood, they were losing it. And the modest houses that younger people, maybe in their 30s, could buy and slowly fix up. And in terms of the bylaws that the neighborhood has come up with, they're not onerous. they're not anything but a general way of fitting into the structures that are there so that it doesn't detract from the consistency and the wholeness of this wonderful area. So I'm just here to encourage you to look at this benefit for the whole city. These houses are, in a way, what defines Bloomington, is why people want to stay in Bloomington and why we have tourism that comes to Bloomington. If we become this vanilla city that is absolutely unidentifiable as any other city in the world, do you think we'll really keep our coolness? Do you think we'll really keep younger people starting out and wanting to stay in this town if it's nothing but a vanilla city that has no character? So that's it. And please support these wonderful people. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else on Zoom? Okay, we'll go to them after the next person in chambers. You can approach the podium and state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I'm Melody Barnett Dusner, and I serve on the Historic Preservation Commission. I'm a historian of American art at IU, and I rent a house in Bryant Park. I was one of the 5 people who raised my hand when Councilmember Zulik asked who did not own property, and I'm one of those people. I absolutely love living in Bryant Park, which is also a very distinctive Bloomington neighborhood and also is not a historic district. And I have been unable to make the leap from being a renter to an owner in a neighborhood that I love, partly because I cannot compete with the people who will buy up small houses and tear them down in order to build something that they can sell for more. And so I want to just make a plug for affordability with these historic neighborhoods. And to also mention that there are a couple of practical concerns that I just want to remind everyone of. And one is, I guess, on the level of thinking about where we have flexibility and where we don't in terms of how the town is administered. We have a lot of flexibility in how each historic neighborhood decides to write their own guidelines, or conservation district. They get to make those decisions. They do not take a one-size-fits-all approach. They can adopt other guidelines that other neighborhoods have already put together, or they can completely start from scratch. And so this is not a case where, say, Cottage Grove will need to follow the same guidelines as Elm Heights or something like that. But that's a place where we have a lot of flexibility. But an area where we don't have flexibility is in terms of unprotected neighborhoods that are not a conservation or historic district. Anyone can tear anything down at any time for any reason. And I think that's one of the things that when people are sort of discussing properties for demolition delay at historic preservation, people are shocked that, you know, looking at us like, well, you've got to stop it. Like, somebody wants to tear down this perfectly good house or historic house. We can't do anything about it. And in very, very rare cases, like the Ivan Adams house, we were able to bring one before you, but it's so hard. And so I think people don't quite realize how unprotected a lot of homes are if there's not a conservation or historic district over the top of it. So I strongly support the creation of this district, and I would encourage you to do that too. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll go to, do we still have a person with their hand raised on Zoom? Great. If you could unmute yourself, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Michael Brams. I apologize if there's background noise. I live out of Bloomington. It's late, and where I had to step out of it's loud. But I am an out-of-state property owner. I've owned property in that neighborhood for over 25 years. I know one of the council members was curious about how out-of-town property owners were kind of be involved in the standards. I know from my personal experience, the butlers and everyone involved have done a great job reaching out to me and making me aware where there's meetings and, you know, involving me to the extent I wanted to be involved. And then I know as an out-of-town property owner that my renters find value in actually the houses in the neighborhood as opposed to kind of more multifamily structures. A lot of times when I have renters, they're specifically looking for a house. If they didn't want to live in a house, they live downtown or somewhere else. And so from my perspective, I do see value in preserving the neighborhood and, hopefully having standards that will kind of preserve some of the qualities of the neighborhoods that my renters are looking for when they come to rent houses.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Next speaker in chambers, if you could approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes.
I know this neighborhood pretty well because I go through it almost every day, and I'm going through it on bicycle, so I can see things really well. And oddly enough, today, I was right on the edge of this proposed district, right across the street from it, at 614 North Grant, a house that's being proposed for demolition. And just as I went by, one of the students walked out of the house, and I said, "Do you live here?" And he said, "Yes." So we had a little chat. He and his 3 roommates are paying $550 a month in rent in a house that's built in 1910, but it's going to get torn down because it's not inside the district. It's really interesting to me that this has come before you today on the same day you're talking about possibly implementing land trusts. Because as I think I sent information to all of you by email, and you'll notice that in the land trust in Madison and the land trust in State College, Pennsylvania, most of their homes were rehabilitation homes. And my understanding of how land trusts start to work when they get established is that they have a pool of money ready to go in case an opportunity comes up. And so if you combine land trusts with the historic preservation that slows things down, it's a perfect way to jump in and grab naturally occurring affordable housing, own the land, rehabilitate the house doesn't get torn down, and the renters, like the guy who's going to lose his house that I talked to today, doesn't lose his rent. I strongly support this application. It's a wonderful neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker in chambers, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Jenny Southern. I live in the Elm Heights neighborhood, and we have a historic district. Outside of our historic district, we found out in the last couple of weeks that 2 houses are going to be torn down. And you would think, oh, they're old ratty houses or something like that. But no, these are huge colonial-style brick houses. One I would say of notable character. It's on the corner of Atwater. You probably have walked past it or driven past it a million times. Behind Bear's Place at Atwater, and it used to be Jordan, it's now Eagleson. And then there's a second one behind it. Each one of these houses are in very good condition, lovely landscaping, and they've been run pretty much as rooming houses for the last 50 years that I know of. The rent in these houses are $400 to $500 per bedroom. Each house has 10 to 11 people in them. They are legal. They are grandfathered, as they are, and yet they've been applied to be torn down. I can also say that the Bryant Park neighborhood is also having several houses, I'm not sure if it's been approved yet, being torn down as we speak, 2 of them and an empty lot to put up the new duplexes. Now, I know we've all been promised that if we build enough rentals, that the rents will go down. That doesn't seem to be working. Not in this town, not the way they're done right now. When they do happen, they're at least $1,200. For the brand new ones, they're $1,200 per bedroom. We sat for 3 hours listening about affordability and how we all wanted to buy houses of our own. And I just wanted to say, the rentals downtown are hard to find an affordable one. You can find all the non-affordable ones you could possibly desire. But the affordable ones are extremely rare. And yet we're talking about, right in this couple of weeks, losing quite a few of them. And every historic commission or historic meeting that I seem to go to, which I'm one of the people that has to go to those, I'm not on the commission, but I do represent my neighborhood sometimes, has several somewhere in the downtown being torn down. It's not working for us. But maybe you can think of it and make it work in the future, but I encourage you to try to salvage more of these old neighborhoods for affordable living and encouraging families to buy homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody on Zoom? Great, thank you. Next speaker in chambers, you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Doug Horn. I'm a general partner in Stasny & Horn, which owns 3 buildings located within the section of Cottage Grove addition to the city of Bloomington that is included in this area being considered this evening. Only a third of the Cottage Grove addition is included with this grouping of houses in a number of different developments and additions to the city. My comments are focused mostly on the Cottage Grove addition to the city, which expands beyond this area to the east by 2 blocks. And I want to begin by thanking each of you for your service to our city, your fine attention to the complex layers that seemingly our straightforward issue can present. We feel this historic conservancy request is one of such issues. You've been provided with exceptionally well-crafted historic analysis of the area and been forwarded a positive recommendation for approval by the Historic Preservation Commission, but forgive me, but let me build on that analysis and add a few layers to the discussion that are beyond the purview of the HPC as they should be, instead leaving you to balance all issues as elected officials and make the best decisions for the whole of our community. In this limited time, I'd encourage you to consider the historical municipal planning that has provided vision for the future of this area for many decades under numerous administrations and associated plan commissions. Looking back in time, as increased residential density and proximity to the university became a necessity, municipal planning identified certain areas, including the central section of Cottage Grove Addition, essentially a 3-block run of property between Grant and Dunn Street, as appropriate for high-density multifamily redevelopment. One of the key elements of this decision was the recognition that the cheaply built turn-of-the-century spec homes had deteriorated significantly and outlived their physical and useful life. Many were initially built on piers without true foundation, central heating, or indoor plumbing, and a much different product than initially developed along North Washington in the west side, on North Washington and the west side of North Lincoln Street, which is the predominant features that appear in the reporting of this contrived neighborhood. The high-density zoning allowed for the construction of multifamily apartment buildings, some on single lots, others on spanning multiple lots. But over the decades and multiple master plans, medium and high-density zoning continued to be expanded in the area until today, where recently enacted zoning of the entirety of this proposed district.
Thank you very much. That was your time. If you'd like to, you can send it to council@bloomington.in.gov to give your full report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, if you could approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Karen Duffy, and I serve on the Bloomington Historic Preservation Commission. First, I want to thank you so much for taking our comments tonight. We came not knowing whether this was going to happen or not, and you've had a long, difficult meeting already, and I really appreciate your openness to addressing our concern, too. I'll just take a minute to emphasize something, because so many previous comments have brought up and addressed so beautifully other issues. Just want to underscore something fundamental in the proposal that was forwarded to you and was clarified, stated clearly by Mr. Sandweiss, which is that this neighborhood has a really unusual number of highly rated houses and has been identified as a potential ideal neighborhood, really, for protection for decades. I was looking in a 2004 publication of the inventory of houses in Bloomington, and it was stated right there. I mean, I could read that as my statement tonight, and what was said was still be true, that it was going to be subject to the whims of the real estate market without protections, which it did not have at the time. But it was always waiting for people to organize support within the neighborhood. There was no strong neighborhood association to put it through, which often is the agency to do that. But Mr. Butler has, and his wife and neighbors have done this beautifully and worked very hard, had open meetings. I attended several of them and garnered interest and support. And so I think everything is in place. This seems to be their time. I hope you agree. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker in chambers, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Amy Butler. My husband and I and neighbors have worked really hard on this. Sorry, this has been emotional. It's been a long, hard process. We knocked on every door in the neighborhood. We sent multiple emails. We have met with multiple of you. Thank you so much for your time to walk our neighborhood with us, to see the wonderful houses that we have that we are trying to save. We've heard crickets from quite a few of the larger property owners that own multiple houses in our neighborhood. We don't get any feedback from them, but earlier, Old Northeast neighborhood, Jordan Evans came up and said that we did not include them. He actually and Doug Horn, they came to our first meeting at the library. My husband and I also met with Doug Horn for about 7 hours. We gave him, we were wanting to include some houses on 12th Street beyond Grant, and he didn't want us to do that. He wanted us to keep our thing at Grant, so we stopped at Grant. We gave into that. We have talked to multiple small landlords that are supportive of us. We have multiple homeowners that live in their houses there that are supportive of us. I have a petition. We went around and got 84 signatures, 74 of which are students who live in the neighborhood who want to save these old houses because they think there's something worth saving. They'd like to come back in 20 years and say, hey, I lived in that house. We are definitely happy with people being able to add on to their houses. These are useful old houses. We can add on to them. We're happy with accessory dwelling units. We have density. We're not against that. But, this is an important neighborhood for Bloomington, and there are people who care about it. And I really hope that you will consider voting for this. A vote for Cottage Grove is a vote for affordability. Any house that gets torn down, we don't get it back. But anything that replaces it, I guarantee you the rent is always higher in every single instance. And it will be $300 or more higher per month per bedroom. I will guarantee you that. But I please ask you to vote for Cottage Grove. It's an easy thing to do to save affordable housing if that's what you guys want to do for Bloomington, because that's what Bloomington really needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, and then if you could also sign in, which I'm so sorry to everyone, I keep forgetting to remind people.
The pin is hard to see.
And whenever you're ready, you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Jeremy Hackard, and I'm instantly regretting that I brought my notes on my phone, so bear with me. I'm currently serving as the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. I'm speaking to give my full support for this conservation district. The HPC is limited in what we can consider for designation. It has to be historically or architecturally significant. Not everything that comes before the HPC can be saved, nor should it be. Just because something old doesn't mean that it is significant. Even in historic districts, our last meeting in Garden Hill, we had a non-contributing building that was asked for demolition and asked for a new building to be built in its place. We approved it because we could not make a legitimate argument that that house was historically significant. So just because a contributing building is in a district doesn't mean it's locked in place. But it does provide protections for those other buildings that are contributing, notable, and outstanding. For me, when it comes to Cottage Grove, the area clearly meets the architectural and historical significance requirements of our historic preservation ordinance, as noted very well in the staff report. One thing I wanted to add about the architectural significance, it will have more notable homes than Maple Heights, Garden Hill, and McDowell, and have the same number as the Near West Side. So there is precedence for this. During the Historic Preservation Commission meeting where this was discussed, we approved this 7-0. During that discussion, Duncan Campbell, who served on our commission for decades, noted he thought it was one of the most thorough reports that he had seen on a conservation district proposal. I thoroughly agree with him. I only have like 2 years of experience on the commission to judge that by, but you know, in my opinion, it looks pretty good. I commend Amy Butler, John Butler, James Ford, and others for leading this effort. They put in the time and energy to reach out to their neighbors, hold input meetings, and work with city staff to make the conservation district proposal possible. Please vote yes on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody on Zoom? Great, thank you. If you could sign in, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Eric Ost, and I am currently the president of the Elm Heights Neighborhood Association and the president of the Council of Neighborhood Associations, but I'm not here tonight to speak on behalf of either of those bodies. I am here to speak in support of this petition and also in support of historic districts and conservation districts. I currently do not live in the historic district, but I have seen firsthand the benefits of this process because it involves neighbors in discussions, important discussions about their neighborhood. I want to commend Amy Butler and John Butler and James Ford and all of their neighbors for bringing this forward. It's been an impressive process. They've invested time and effort, and I think they've done a very good job, and along with city staff. I want to give credit to Noah Sandweiss and also the HPC. But in regards to historic districts and as they evolve over time, we're currently going through a guidelines revision process. And what we're finding is that there is a way to discuss and revise guidelines in support of the times as they change, and also the owners, the current owners of properties. So I expect that same process will occur in Cottage Grove. And in the time I have remaining, I also want to address the affordability issue, because the most affordable homes are the homes that exist for many reasons, not the homes that are constructed, because it's very expensive to build. We also have a city where we have a majority of our residents are renting, and that has changed the dynamic of the housing market. So I would ask you to support this petition and to continue to talk about affordability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, if you could sign in, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I think you know my name. Anyway, this is Christopher MG from the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce, And I want to say some great public comment tonight on Cottage Grove Conservation District, and the Chamber is agnostic to this particular petition, but I just want to make sure we have some common ground here that these are not just preservation policies, it's a land use and redevelopment policy, and I think Council Member Flaherty sort of brought that up on some burdens and high costs, that we should always have that sort of scope and make sure that a single demolition is not automatically leading to a permanent expansion of regulatory across an entire neighborhood. I think Mr. Horn brought some interesting aspects of it. These homes are 115 years old, and not all homes are built to last that long. And are they structurally sound? I mean, these are things that I think we need to make sure that certain demolitions and exterior modifications are not too burdensome. And we are talking about a very high rental, mixed owner-occupied area with a lot of ramifications on certain feasibility and redevelop flexibility as the university keeps growing. So, I understand the neighbors here, and many of them speak very fondly of the neighborhood. I love those little houses there. I got a text from my wife who does as well, and who rented one many years ago. So I want to say that preservation absolutely has value, and neighborhood character matters, but there's just make sure a balance is happening, and that this council, this body is asking the right questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to speak? Okay, please approach the podium, state your name for the record, sign in, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jerry Stasny. I, along with Doug Horn, own multiple homes in this area. I've worked in this area for 40 years. Of course, we had the Old Northeast Downtown Neighborhood Association, which I was the president at some portion in time. We do believe in historic preservation. Janine Butler, Sandy Cole, Marge Hutchins, myself, and Doug worked with the university to preserve the homes on 8th Street. They were beautiful homes architecturally. There are a lot of homes, however, in the Old Northeast that are not quite of that stature. And some of them do need to be taken down, and new homes or new apartments, houses put up so that for the next 100 years, we can have a good product for students to live in or anybody that's near the university. Several years ago, the Old Northeast had a group of individuals that wanted to break away from the Old Northeast and form what was called High Point. And most of the homes, I believe, that were shown on this evening were from that area. They're much nicer homes on North Washington, on North Lincoln, between 12th Street and 8th Street. There's some very nice homes. A lot of the other homes are just pretty much mixed, and a lot of them are in need of being torn down and newer homes being put up. And while people say that it's better to have older homes because they're inexpensive to maintain, I would kind of disagree with that. We've remodeled many, many homes and have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on restoring the homes. And what it does is it gives a home for students or whoever would like to live there, but it has new electricity, new plumbing, whatever it is. It's not cheap to do those types of things. So what I would say as far as this proposal would be to keep the preservation between Lincoln and Washington Street, which is High Point. And understand, I've walked through this neighborhood and I saw folks walking through the neighborhood with their pencils and papers and going by homes, and I thought to myself, I can't tell you how many bags of trash, how many homes that I have painted, and how hard we have worked over the years to maintain this neighborhood. So while I appreciate the folks wanting to have a certain portion of the area considered historic, I think you ought to look at the neighborhood and say it's probably Washington Street and Lincoln from 12th to 8th. And a lot of the other ones up
Thank you
through
very
there,
much.
and I know
That is
people
your
are building
time.
new ones, but
Thank
they're
you. That
probably
is
doing
your
us a
time.
favor. Thank you very much.
That is your time. Thank
I appreciate
you.
your time and effort.
Would anybody like to make any final comment on Ordinance 2026-07? Councilmember Flaherty.
I have some additional questions. And do folks anticipate voting tonight or a second reading? And remind me.
I think that there have been multiple council members who have already indicated that they expect answers for questions that couldn't be answered tonight. I do think it would probably
right?
make sense to continue this vote until May 20th. Given that, I think that at this point in time, we should do final comment. If you have any other questions, please submit them to Mr. Sandweiss, especially given that it's already 10:30.
Yeah, I'm happy to submit
Great.
the additional questions
Thank
in
you.
writing. Thank you.
Does anyone have any problem with that or anything to add? Great, let's do final comment. Any other comments? Councilmember Strasburg.
I was just going to make a motion, but
Sure.
I would like to move ordinance, oh my gosh, I lost track of what ordinance we were on, ordinance 2026-07 to our next regular session for second reading on, I do believe that is the 20th of May.
Second. Great, there's been a motion and a second to continue discussion for May 20th. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Asari?
Yes.
Daly?
No.
Rallo?
No.
Ruff?
No.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Zulik?
No. What is is that?
It's 5-4.
5-4.
Passes.
5-4 passes.
Point of information. What's the motion to reconsider a vote? I'd like to change mine.
You can move to reconsider.
I have motion that we reconsider.
Second. Okay, there's been a motion to reconsider the motion to postpone ordinance 2026-07 to the next regularly scheduled council meeting. Councilmember Strasburg.
Just as a note, to vote on something tonight, we have to be unanimous about whether or not we want to vote on it. So I'm not sure that it would matter if we reconsider it, because I suspect we wouldn't have unanimity on whether or not to vote on it.
Thank you for making that clarification. I withdraw my motion.
Great. In that case, the next time that we will hear ordinance 2026-07 will be on May 20th. Thank you all very much for being here. And I think we can.
Sorry about that. Okay. I move that ordinance 2026-08 be read by title and synopsis only.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Given that it is after 10:30, I am going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember
Can I
Dale?
comment before the vote? Is that okay? Since it's debatable, just that I similarly have noted the time and would prefer not to substantively discussing the additional legislation tonight. But I think by introducing the next four ordinances, the UDO technical corrections, and moving them then on to second reading, basically moving to introduce them but not discuss them tonight, puts them all in second reading posture next regular session, which is procedurally more advantageous with respect to the flexibility of voting on things. So I think that's worthwhile to do, and so I hope my colleagues will join me in doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Asari.
I share Councilmember Flaherty's position, so just like to echo that.
Great. Anyone else? Great. Will the clerk? Councilmember Strasburg.
I just want to note that we've had planning staff sitting over there for 4 hours right now, so I don't know if that makes a difference in terms of allowing them to say whatever it is that they might want to say as part of this.
Okay. will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. That passes 9-0. Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2026-08 to amend and provide technical corrections to Title 20 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Unified Development Ordinance. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance contains technical corrections or clarifications in the UDO, including reference corrections, removal of unnecessary wording, and syncing references across the UDO. There are 22 amendments proposed.
Thank you.
I move that ordinance 2026-09 be read by title and synopsis only.
Is there a second?
Second.
Will the clerk please read? Or, excuse me, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2026-09 to amend and provide technical corrections to Chapter 4, Development Standards and Incentives of Title 20 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Unified Development Ordinance. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance contains corrections and amendments to Chapter 4, Development Standards and Incentives. There are 70 amendments in this petition.
Thank you.
I move that ordinance 2026-10 be read by title and synopsis only.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Great. Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2026-010 to amend and provide technical corrections to Chapter 6, Administration and Procedures of Title 20 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Unified Development Ordinance. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance contains corrections and amendments to Chapter 6, Administration and Procedures of the Unified Development Ordinance. There are 27 amendments in this petition.
Thank you.
I move that ordinance 2026-11 be read by title and synopsis only.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Great. Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2026-11 to amend and provide technical corrections to Chapter 2 Zoning Districts, Chapter 3 Use Regulations, Chapter 5 Subdivision Standards, and Chapter 7 Divisions of Title 20 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Unified Development Ordinance. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance contains corrections and amendments to Chapter 2 Zoning Districts, Chapter 3 Use Regulations, Chapter 5 Subdivision Standards, Chapter 7, Definitions of the Unified Development Ordinance. There are 28 amendments in this petition.
Thank you.
I know. We're going to the second readings now? Okay. I move that resolution 2026-06 be read by title and synopsis only.
Point of information, or point of order. I don't think we need to introduce any of the second reading items, right? If we're not planning to substantively discuss them tonight, they would just simply appear again in that section.
I withdraw my motion.
Great.
I have one discussion point,
Go
is
ahead.
that we have substantively discussed, I forget the number, but.
2026, yeah.
Yeah, 06, maybe, yeah.
Yes.
And I mean, so I'd be prepared to vote on it tonight without much discussion if our colleagues felt the same way, but yeah, so just for the good of the order.
Got it.
Would anyone like to introduce either resolution? Okay. In that case, we will move on to it. Would you?
I guess prior to making a motion to introduce Resolution 2026-05, which is the one I've sponsored, I guess if folks are willing to share whether like Councilmember Asari, they feel comfortable voting tonight with minimal discussion because we've discussed it substantively already. I think we could, if folks were willing, I'd be willing to take it up, but also don't want to give it short shrift, so.
Well,
We could make a motion to introduce and then just have a roll call vote. And
That's
you'd
fine.
have your
Okay.
answer.
I move we introduce Resolution 2026-06 by title and synopsis only. 2026-05, apologies.
Second.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Rallo?
No offense, no.
Ruff?
No.
Rosenberger? Yes. Flaherty?
Yes.
Stassberg?
I'm sorry, what are we motioning to introduce? I was out of the room when the motion was made.
Resolution?
Oh, no.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Zulik?
No.
Lasari?
I'll also say no.
Thank you.
Daley?
Doesn't matter. No.
Thank you.
Thank you. That fails. Would anyone else like to introduce anything? Great. We will move on to an additional section of public comment. If you would like to speak, please rise, sign in, and state your name for the record. Great. And if you have any comments on Zoom, please raise your hand. Is there anybody on Zoom? Great. Thank you.
Jeff Richardson. I know tonight's earlier vote was a difficult one. A lot of different layers, a lot of complexity, a lot of improvement that could be had in the process, but you made a decision. I'm so grateful, and I want to thank you for doing your due diligence, doing your hard work, and not kicking the can down the road. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during this last period of general public comment? On Zoom. Great. Then we will go to our council schedule. I believe there is a committee on council process meeting next Thursday on May 21st at 4 p.m. Our next regularly scheduled meeting is going to be held on May 20th at 6:30 p.m., where we will hear some of the other legislation we heard tonight again. And does anyone else have any? Councilmember Statsberg?
There's a fiscal committee meeting on Friday morning at 8:30, and we do have a deliberation session next week.
Yes.
On the 13th on Councilmember Flaherty, pedestrian snow removal. Is that right?
Yeah, pedestrian safety and accessibility.
Great, thanks.
Snow events.
Okay, great. Councilmember Asare.
Just flagging for everybody, following our resolution around the, what was it about? The jail, have started some initial engagement with county council and mayor and county commissioners with the hope of sort of setting up a all-hands meeting pending some what do you call them, contingencies that they need to figure out. And so that may be something that I'll reach out fairly soon about with a sort of availability poll or something similar. So,
Thank you.
and also our job is posted if you know any lawyers who want to be municipal lawyers.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenberger.
Thank you. I just wanted to say Councilmember Daley and I are working on she doesn't know I'm saying this, an ordinance to create an amendment to Title 15 to have carless or streets with no vehicular traffic. This is in part to get Kirkwood a pedestrian zone kind of place for potentially this summer. We will have it on the agenda, I think, for the 20th, and I do want to try to connect with everybody in the next 2 weeks to potentially have it queued up if people want to vote on it at the first reading, just because it is a long time coming and folks are waiting on it.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Great, in that case, we're adjourned. Thank you all.